thought it looked weird in the sit camera, but it's just how the sediment's sitting on top of it.
Yeah, sometimes when it looks green in the lights, I always think it's yellow, and then I'm like,
Oh, there we go.
yellow sediments. I get really excited. I'm waking up. Big anemone.
So we've been down to the other side of these hills.
We've been, yeah, where we are currently, we have been all through this,
Everywhere.
and through this, and through this.
Which side are the spot lobsters on? Or on the
They
other
were
side?
right here, is where we saw them here, and then Jill and I saw two maybe, here-ish.
So
So
it's
there's like
more to the north.
Yeah, there was definitely more
She-
here.
But I
Yeah.
think we have a
Okay.
big, ours and their big drop off on the other side.
They zigzag that before, it's just not plotted.
This, yeah, we
but,
definitely.
sorry, the other side, the north.
This,
Or like
So where we saw them, just was here and here. Oh, I'm so sorry.
all through
Yeah.
here.
I really
So
hate
Where,
using this
where
button.
their drop offs there too.
What's that?
I really hate using this button,
Drop off.
So do I.
especially now because this bit's like coming off.
If you're talking about when we were coming back this way,
I thought we like came to the end of the line and turned around, but there was like a big drop off. Maybe that was on this side, southern side.
yeah, we went, the first time we saw the squat lobsters was when we were coming up.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? And we saw 2 or 3.
We saw little clusters.
And then when we came down this side, there is a drop off down here. Yeah. That we've already kind of, but do you want to go back through this basin that we did?
No, it sounds like we went through there.
I mean, we can, but we didn't do it huge.
I think we should check this.
Check this first.
This might be,
This little feature here.
Line.
Yeah.
that lines up with the two spot lobster points.
Yeah.
And if it goes straight out, then
We can always
back
come
the other
back.
direction.
Yeah.
Or explore the northern, like,
Yeah, that's sort of what I was hearing.
flatlands.
You want the flatlands, okay. Kind of do a cross line, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
This was definitely different
This
geology.
Right
Very
here, that's
different.
different.
She's moving out. She's a homeowner.
Guess we're not better into that.
So she's moving out. She's a homeowner. She's already transferred her utilities.
We can figure it out. Once
Got the
we'll
mail
check out
going
this
there,
and
forwarded
then
to her new place.
we'll regroup
Yeah.
about.
This is like
Do you want to grab dinner?
greatest day since,
Yes, dinner time?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm struggling to remember, but I don't know.
For
Do
it.
you want to go first?
No, I'm fine.
Sweet. We love
Oh.
dinner.
The girl found me out of my house. She's forwarded her mail. Got her all the facilities set up. Should be coming back this weekend to do a final clean and leave the keys in the garage door.
east.
Or squat lobster.
Squat lobster?
Oh, is that the one that we saw
Tough,
come in? No.
Is it
No,
the
no.
same one?
No, it shouldn't
because
be.
we're on a different track.
Yeah.
It's a good sign.
Yeah.
It's a dead coral. A squat lobster.
Who knows?
North Star. We get a nice flash straight away. You should. You get a nice flash straight away. You should go over to starboard bell pack and just operate the social set.
Thanks.
See how it looks. We're very excited.
Ah.
Yeah.
I moved it. Oh, yeah, I moved it in here. Just let me.
just funny that you were from 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
It's just funny that you were from 9/11.
How long
He's a
did you work
character.
on for?
What's that?
How long did you work on for?
Less than
Remember 100% seeing him was in the fall of 2007. That was the case I worked for a year. A year and a few months. But yeah. Because blew up my knee in April of 07. Then saw him whenever I went on that job. And then I saw him, he was on a different job, but he was working in Trinidad at the same time, the same pier. It's crazy. Last time I would remember 100% how it was he pulled up in a taxi
Yes.
when I was
No,
leaving.
he went up
I
to
just got enough shit.
come right back down. He's here
Yeah,
to
I took a shower and I'm about to go into
when
town.
that squat lobster call went out,
And
everybody
he
got excited
came
and
in.
came into the room.
He was like, "First, I had the cat wait for you." Just completely blissed out of his mind.
Squat lobster excited.
And then
That is the picture that was to
might have seen him after that. I can't say for sure.
It's definitely well known at my last company.
What's that?
It's definitely well known in advance.
Yeah.
My company. I only ever met him like 2 trips or something. Never on shift with him.
He and
I've heard plenty as well. So they're Scotty. That's it. Maybe.
he was on the left hand rotation. That's superior.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
Nice. Nice. We're about to hit into it. Nice. And it's in the kind of channely flow
Take us
place.
to your vent.
Yes. Like the breadcrumbs.
Put him on the image, something like that. That's just on his little.
Pointless. Let's put one in a minute. Twitter returns his little antennas.
Do you know the range of how far away from the next
So it's 10 segregations, like that'd be about 100 meters, 200 meters.
High up this is like, I'm like, do we need to climb up?
This side, this is like, I don't even know what this means.
I think.
Nah, you're already there. You're good.
That's good.
Yeah. We'll go to the top and hit the point and go down.
So squat lobster right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a sponge.
Yep.
So you want to turn around here or you want to keep
Do you
going?
want to hit the waypoint or you?
I can easily hit the waypoint.
Yeah.
There's
Do you
2
wanna go
squat
down in
lobsters
there?
there.
Squat. Squat. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and go down in there just for a minute. Go all the way to the waypoint.
Is that another one as well? 3?
Yeah.
Starting to compare with multitude of spot monsters.
Yeah.
Is that a creature on the column there?
Roxy, you want to
There's
Wait for Michelle to come back.
that
Yeah, yeah.
going through.
Yeah.
I think it's just
It's one of those blue guys in
yeah. I
see
knew that
this
was
one?
what they do.
This,
Yeah.
that weird thing, that piece of trash maybe?
Feel free to use the zoom if you like.
Oops. Oh, bamboo.
Plastic bottle.
What is that? We're just like.
One thruster does not make this easy.
Paper. We're just
What
gonna
is
kick up
that?
dust.
Yeah.
This thruster issue is the problem we have here.
I meant the white.
Yeah. I don't know.
But the reason why we're kicking up so much is we're only using one thruster for the verts.
Did we kick up a tan for Jacob?
Yeah, it's okay. It's still the same password
Did.
as last
This is not his dive for Tina-4s. He's lost too many already.
We're continuing on our transit.
After the Tina-4 tumble last night,
Oh my god, yeah, that was great.
just a slurp one, and then the rock just like rolled down the cliff.
Who was trying to slurp it? Was
Is this
it?
a coral? Are we still marking corals?
If you want, I don't know. We haven't marked much.
Well, like, market.
Just observation.
Observation.
Then there's another right there on to the left.
Good distinction.
Oh, there's no PIs.
Another one right there.
Or we
The
go to our
sun
little lobster area.
Do we wanna like explore this area before we go over down the Fisher or not?
Where are we now? Just south of the waypoint. This area looks really cool,
Yeah.
but also there's lots of sediment, which isn't good.
Yeah. So we could just go ahead and, do you want to, we'll just transit to the waypoint as planned?
Yeah. Let's do
Okay,
that.
cool, sweet, yep. So we can go ahead and head to the next waypoint.
Yeah, so
Whenever
just
you guys are ready.
the one.
The one to the west.
Yeah, the one to
Yeah.
the west.
Yeah.
8.8.
Yes, please, thank you.
Hey, Bridge, you're gonna start going to the west, so move your waypoint.
Time to change.
Stuff goes sideways. Hello, Pete. Or Phil, how are you? Alright, so camera on Pete's Iskin is wandering around doing something. So, okay. Alright. How you doing there, Kyle?
It's going all right.
Are we looking for that 10-meter altitude still, Haley?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. As long as we can still see the bottom, but 10 meters I think is our limit to see the bottom at the same time while trying to map.
Right on.
Be able to see the bottom. We saw more small lobsters, but not
What sort of delta you've been carrying, but also in here.
What's that?
Just about kind of how much delta as you got distance.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think I don't know if they were doing around 80 or 70s.
Okay.
So when that starts to run out, start pulling it a little bit tighter to help keep it up.
Yeah.
I think J-Rod was saying that a bit tighter, I guess a little bit more, helps with the bouncing maybe. We can just kind of feel it out. Does waggle quite a bit, doesn't it?
3 spots.
Where on the trajectory were they?
So we're going west now. Yeah.
Where were the
They were right about here.
spots?
before
Okay,
that.
so they match our
Yeah,
theory.
yeah, and this is definitely like
They match the
there's a
line.
feature there
I feel
for
like
sure.
we should say consider across it though instead of paralleling it.
We so Gonzaga here now.
This guy, this feature is what we
So-
think is channeling maybe hydrothermal
We
fluid.
plan on zigging and zagging back and forth over this, but you want to just go stay right here. Is what you're saying. Instead of going all the way up and all the way down and all the way up. You want to
I
go.
feel like if we saw them here,
You want to go here.
ish, then this feature is lining up with where we're seeing them. So
Okay.
I feel like crossing it would be useful. And then,
Yeah. So we're backtracking. That's what I'm asking. So
Backtracking.
backtracking and zigging.
I don't want to backtrack. I guess maybe let's go down to here before we go back up.
Yeah, so this point, ignore these two entirely. Because that one moves down here and this one moves down here.
Okay.
And so now if we go here where we're supposed to be going, we're gonna go all the way up here next. So if that's too much,
I think we should see when we go north if we see anything on this line.
okay, gotcha.
This is now 3 points makes a pretty decent line. Better
Yeah.
than 2 points.
Yeah, no, for sure, I totally agree. Love that. So when we get down here and then come up here, we can make a decision?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's keep crossing that plane.
Okay.
Lobster plane.
Gotcha. Lobster, potential lobster plan. Got it. Understood.
Keep that lobster plane.
Potential lobster plane. Times up. They're about to see something funky on Flater Mouse, just so you know.
What was that?
They're about to see something funky on Flater Mouse, just so you know.
It's all good. Thank you.
You know how it glitches out sometimes.
No worries.
Just. If we could actually pull that point even farther, just maybe,
This one here?
yeah, pull that one down. Where's my sticky pointy thingy go?
Yeah.
Let's go pull it like to here, actually. Yes, perfect.
good.
Thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Because we just need to go a little farther. Yeah. Keep that moving.
Is that a lobster?
I see that spike.
Lobster channel.
Broadway? Oh, probably. Oops. See that? Yeah, we're right on the lobster plane.
Right on the lobster plane.
Are we gonna call it
Nearly.
lobster plane?
About the midway point, and then head back up.
Charlie, we're going to be turning our direction towards the northwest.
Sorry, can you say that again, please?
We'll be turning our direction towards the northwest.
Turn northwest side.
Mackenzie?
Did he?
Lobster. Lobster.
Get out of here.
Okay. At least one lobster.
Do you want, so Amy,
Could you like the lobster, please? You want the
So Amy's on other ones, just not
do you want to go on to the other side of the mountain or no?
I'm curious about it.
Okay, cool.
And we're still plotting along the lobster plain, so.
Yes, on all of these lines are now going to be pulled beneath
What's
this,
the lobster plain?
beneath the lobster plane, yes.
Like, observatory.
Yes, okay. I have only pulled these 2 points down, but I need to pull the rest, so I
Okay.
need to go over there and do that.
That's 4 lobster plains.
It's pretty good. It's pretty
Per
good.
square, 999.
Getting closer. Triangulating. Do you guys mind when we get a chance if I can pull down some more waypoints?
Sure, I'm not sure how you've been doing. Do you
Okay,
need
no,
to
you
get
just,
here?
I can, I can point them to you if you want to
Okay.
drag them for me.
Drag
Yeah.
them down.
Oh,
That's
just
it,
drag
that
them
way, yeah,
down.
just pull them down.
Okay,
That'll be
okay, no
easier.
problem.
Yeah, we're gonna pull this one, like, kind of there.
The title was.
And then there's gonna be some to the west that I need to pull. Yeah, and we're doing kind of the same situation.
Okay.
Right there-ish, yep. And this one as well. Yeah, right there's perfect. And then, yeah, there. Perfect. Thank
Alrighty,
you.
no problem.
Appreciate that.
Sure.
Now you're safe.
Thank you.
I'm going to go eat really quickly.
Have a good evening.
Thank you, thank you.
Lobster,
I expect you to find the vent while I'm talking.
maybe.
Yeah, no, I
I'm
expect
not
it.
gonna be able to zoom on it fast enough.
Find more squat lobsters.
Unclear. At least one.
Also, my shift starts at 8, so we need to finish 3.
Oh shoot, so it's not just like we need.
Oh, you guys didn't finish the next section?
Now we finish at 1 out of
Yeah.
4.
Is that another couple? One down there to the right, one in towards the left and middle, and then one up a little bit further?
More lobsters.
3 and 2.
3 lobsters, 1 view. We're a little bit north of the lobster plain.
So like maybe we're almost done. We'll find or something.
Yeah.
Because that's the ring.
Does nobody else know that? Yeah.
Really? Well, I don't want to break it.
Yeah, it is a delicate process. You see?
2, 4,
Man,
3 more.
it's wild.
Lobster plain is heating up.
Another lobster.
4 more.
4 more. How long? There's another one. Another further one. We're just following the plane.
Kind of.
Nobody's read this.
Right.
It's just the 3 of us. Yeah. Is it still in there?
Everybody's probably still eating.
What's the message?
10 more minutes.
Ooh. I don't think anybody's read it. I just saw it. More lobsters. Where'd you go? Do you get anything out of these transects? We haven't done the camera lineups.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as the lasers are on.
They are.
But it's like, it's a lot more, you know, half-half. It's like, oh, we have a clear shot of this area. Yeah, for this kind of stuff, it's more like maybe biological observations. Like, oh, we saw a sea cucumber. Maybe it was this big.
Cool.
Maybe we could write
Zoom in.
two of them.
Maybe. That's at least one. Yes, it did. Sebastian loves. Ooh. Here we go. Oops. This is on manual focus, right?
It is, yes.
Worms. Lobsters and worms.
Oh,
Here we go.
lobsters and worms.
Go team.
Oh.
Should we be sending an alert?
Could we drop a marker?
Sure.
Lobsters and worms, please. Spot
Alrighty.
lobsters and worms.
Adding marker.
Alright, so
It's
that's
like they're on a cliff.
the north wall of that fault, which is on the top of this little hill. And it looks like it ends at the top. So we'll go a little bit and then we'll go dive back in. Looks like a fluid's coming from the fault.
The north wall of one.
North wall of a fault.
You saw some worms. Saw some worms.
What's the...
That really hasn't changed from
Ooh, and here's another herd of squat lobsters.
Lead us to the promised land.
Yeah. Could be the fluids are coming up the bottom of that fault. That's my best bet, but we'll go a little bit long this top first. Hey, did you see that?
Yeah, it was hard to see from the mess. Were there the feather worms? Like we've seen before?
I don't know. Anybody know about guys?
Look at that.
Not sure. It did kind of look like there's feather.
That's maybe we should. Can we go back and zoom in on them, or I guess where we're turning around right now?
Yeah, we're gonna hit them this waypoint and then we're gonna come back down and explore there. There's definitely something going on in that fault, north wall.
So that was right as you were coming over the wall.
Yeah, we dropped a marker. No, it's on this hill, but there's a fault that we crossed.
Oh, I see.
So just where the squat lobsters and worms marker is. Long squat lobsters. Yeah.
Anybody need release?
Andrea. Interesting.
Feel kind of a bit drained.
Oh no. Good mellow. What if the vents were like down in that crack? We couldn't get to them.
Don't say that. That's not where they are.
Well, I think we need to go down the other crack.
It's not where they are. We really do.
So I was thinking, it's when we get to the top,
Okay.
instead of following this line,
Mm-hmm.
we could like bisect and triangle. Or
You
do
want-
we want to go even closer to the spot lobsters?
Do you
Go
want
straight down?
you want it here, or what are you trying to?
Over here. Over here.
Oh.
So,
Yes.
spot lobsters and worms, like there,
Okay.
it's like a fault.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of going like this, let's say we just kind of do south, and then when we hit the spot
Okay.
lobster, we're gonna fall, we
Follow it. So
drop in it and go east west.
you don't want to hit this point. You just want to stop at the top, or
I don't mind hitting this point, but I don't want to go so wide on the
we're
way
gonna
south.
go straight down and then probably follow it. That's
Yeah.
what you're saying. Okay.
Look for that spot lobster worm lines. What do you think?
That sounds good to me.
Okay.
I might
Next time we see the worms, we should zoom in more so we can see what exactly the kind of worms there.
Okay.
cover into. Okay. All right. You want to I'll steal your stick real fast?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna modify points. So we're gonna move, this waypoint is probably gonna be, so like up here is where we're gonna move it. And we'll figure out what we're doing after that, but we'll likely follow that area down to like change a lot of things from there on. But
Okay, so
for,
go there for now.
yes, for now, yeah,
All right.
we'll work on that later.
Can you zoom out for a second?
Yes, what's up?
Yeah.
Well, not you,
so
so
that
thank you.
Yes.
Squat lobster line
Been here too long.
Yeah.
is
Probably, I'll do it.
This
in a
is
minute.
straight line. Yeah, interesting.
Have a great to
I
rest.
wonder if that's
Yeah.
a correlation or not.
Yeah, it looks like that was in our contract, right?
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah.
We'll sign the same contract.
Like our constitution.
What are feather worms?
Yeah. What?
Are they vent creatures?
Well, we saw them at the last vents, like covering with those white ones that were covering the rocks.
Yeah. So they have symbionts, but we don't really know.
No, I don't think they do, but they have to eat something. And so, like, right, you know, if there's a concentration of them, it means there's more food. So more food we might need vents.
Cool.
Seems that you're not a geologist. That's like geology trivia.
You should.
Did.
Yeah.
Did.
He's the only
Card
card
carrying
carrying
gems,
geo.
that's true.
I kind of want to make a card that says geologist on it now.
Should.
Like the card says what?
Geologist on it now.
Amy, is it you that's on the Jameson cruise?
Yeah.
It's just they pulled me on a call with them just a moment ago to talk about the M3, and I was like, wait, there's somebody that is on this cruise. It's you. Yeah.
They've been asking questions.
They've been asking questions about this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you find out if the backscatters? Not yet.
I did not ask here. Don't think it does it?
Towards the soft
Yeah,
ones.
it's
Okay.
It's a
Seems like it would be.
We get me demoted.
a rock that's
Yeah,
covered on the
theoretically.
surface of Mars. And is rich in magnesium and iron.
With 5 meters, you could better look
An extrusive igneous rock.
You're already here, so.
We might be looking at it. This right here,
The snow?
apparently.
What? Is Rich on Mars? Would never have guessed that.
What gemstone is a hydrated amorphous form of silicon?
Oh, that's easy. Everybody knows that one.
Does it? Because I
We were
had
just
no idea.
talking about that one.
We were.
And it's not amorphous, it is poorly crystalline.
Okay.
There is
Understood.
Geology sounds to me.
Yeah, this definitely sounds like a geologist.
She's correcting the question.
She's not amazing. She's not amazing.
A plus.
Exactly. Composite and sheet volcanoes are the larger varieties. Blue type is the
Yeah.
smallest type
Back
of
down. Well, I'm
volcano.
gonna go back now.
Typically composed of salt, small fragments of ejectors material.
More
It
so.
looked promising.
More so.
The only other type of volcano I can name is
Something here.
So this is cinder cone.
Cinder cone.
Yeah.
Sure, that's right.
What is the name for the material making up the upper layer of the Earth's crust? The name comes from the two most abundant elements in the material.
What's that fish?
Fish. Who's that fish?
Oh, it's a chimera? Yes.
What it
Bait.
looks like it, doesn't it? Hello.
There we go.
Tell us your name.
Oh yeah, I think that's right. Just hanging out.
Bye, friend.
Chilling with us.
A good omen?
I think it's a good one. The last one we saw poked its head out right beside each other.
Lithosphere.
Upper, what is the name for the material?
Material.
Of the upper layer of the Earth's crust. I've never heard of this. The name comes from the two most abundant elements in the
You've
material.
never heard of it. Doesn't
But it's
bode
a
well.
contraction of two, it's a contraction of two elements, you know, like F-E-S.
Silica
Yeah.
and aluminum
Yeah.
silica.
Yeah, so it's Sial. Have you heard of this?
I've never heard of Sial.
This quiz blows. It's just nonsense. Alright, we'll keep going. We'll give you one more.
I like the aluminum silica layer better.
That makes a lot more sense. Here's a kind of history. What 19th century Belgian geologist, geology professor, made a geological map of Europe in 1875. History question.
I'm terrible at people's names.
Yes, okay.
Yes, thank you. You made my day.
What's the answer? It's
Andre
interesting.
Dumont?
Dumont. I don't know.
I don't know who that is. Do
Me
you?
neither.
Okay. I will be back as quickly as I can. Caitlin, would you mind jotting down? Okay. Let's go depressurize this.
Give me some spots.
Yeah,
I'm ready to log.
they're just
Come in.
taking in for all the positions.
Turn it off.
Amazing.
Versatile.
Yeah. Pinch it for anybody.
We're going right back to it.
I can also send
We're going right back to it.
longer.
Turning around. I'll head to it.
I mean, it is unusual to see an aggregation of that.
Maybe it'd be like a strip. Follow
That's what we're wanting. Yeah, that's what we're wanting.
We're gonna hunt down that lobster
Pretty
room.
much follow the
JC,
trail
have
of-
you ever heard the word sial before?
Say again?
Sial.
Style
Yeah.
for a lithospheric rock.
Upper layer of the Earth's crust, according to Pete's online geology quiz.
I've never heard that word before. I think it's made up. Style. A resident geologist.
Debunked
Doesn't know
it.
that word, so I don't
Debunked
trust
by
it.
JC.
Crust and lithosphere are different. Describing things with the rheological description and with the chemical description. Compositional.
More squats.
Squats? What are we referring to? Squats.
Yeah, a whole herd of squats.
More squats. 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a lot of squats.
Woohoo! Oh, because we're at the top of the crack now.
We're
Okay.
about to get close to the.
This is the worm and squats crack.
Yes.
Are we seeing worms again?
We want to drop down into this crack, please.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Group of
Drop us
lobsters
down.
is called a
Glad you
pod.
came, Tyler.
A pod of lobsters?
Pod of lobsters.
This is a scary
Squat
maneuver.
Drop it down. Set
Yeah.
arms, make sure that our back end's not gonna clip anything.
I saw
Cool.
my first spaghetti worm. Have you seen a spaghetti worm?
I don't know. Does it look like spaghetti?
It looks like spaghetti. It looks like pink noodles coming out of the seafloor, and the worm body is burrowed in, and then just spaghetti. Like a pink blob of spaghetti.
I don't know if you approve. It does sound a little bit disrespectful.
I didn't have any nightmares. It wasn't that terrifying. It's kind of
That's
cool.
good. Not like the spoon worms.
No, the spoon worms I'm not okay with. The spaghetti worm looked like something, like a fidget toy that you would squeeze
Okay.
to relax.
Okay. Makes it sound better already.
Yeah.
For the purpose of the law, can we just clarify what our route, how we've deviated from the route, what we're doing now?
We tightened our zag, so we hit waypoint 9, and after waypoint 9, we placed waypoint 10 very close to the squats and worms wall. And now we're dropping down into the squats and worms crack.
These are all squats.
Now we're on the other side.
Yeah. When you have the chance, can you pivot to face north so we can show Roxy those worms? Since they don't seem to be on the south wall. Actually, we are a little farther west than we were too. Could be that they're
Alright, pivot into the
the wrong direction.
This is a pod or a risk of lobsters.
Risk.
Okay. We can't call them a herd.
Herd of lobsters.
And gaggle of
It's
lobsters.
not their collective now.
Gaggle for turkeys.
Shucks.
See the wall coming up, you need to come forward.
Happy
Go
to
forward.
I also see that for the lobsters pod.
I've already come across it.
It's a pod of lobsters.
Okay.
Pod.
Are
Thank you,
there
JC, but,
a pod?
There you go. That's facing that wall. One face.
Yeah.
really? That's like the
I don't
that's
see the worms
pod?
here, so I think we want to go east in this crack.
Alright.
Back to the worms.
Right,
Okay.
Charlie, we're gonna work our way towards the east along this wall face.
Marking it right here.
Pete, do you need to be with Andrea or
No, thank you, man. It's all good.
can let them agree?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I've got this. You guys are kind. Thank you.
You're going west, at least. There you go. Okay, that's what we're about,
It's not very deep. Oh wow, yeah, we're still quite a bit north too of the
Did you want to go toward
squats and
the
worms.
marker that he dropped?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe this is you think this is the same crack or a new crack? I think it's the same crack by Van Trends.
Are these all little galathades on the bottom?
Yeah, all spots everywhere. just need to follow this crack and see if it is the other crack. If not, we can bop out and go to the other one. Can I zoom?
There's more of them, so I can't answer your question. We went too big, they just stared at me.
Does that look yellow or is it a trick?
That's a good question.
They found
The
there's
light.
worms. I'm trying to go back and
Light
get a
on
good
it.
photo of worms. I heard about worms in 2000. I had a really weird nap before. And then I woke up and I was like, never mind. I was watching my TV and then I fell asleep.
Looks like this direction is taking us a little
I
bit
was watching this.
north.
No,
Yeah.
there's only
Might
one
not be
channel
the
for us
same
to watch.
crevasse. Yes, there's a lot more. Yeah, I think when we hit the green line that takes us to squat lobsters and worms, we can make our way to squat lobsters and worms.
Crank it south.
Yeah.
I've essentially removed all of the links that were going back in for compass, not that it matters, but for our own visualization. Because it seems like we're probably going to go on a totally different exploratory mission here. They still have them though. Interesting. So you want to underrate down to exploratory. Hold on, for the ship maybe? No, I mean for when we do transit. And the next place we're gonna go is.
Yeah, right, so you need that.
Yeah. Do you want me to write those down?
Yeah, I guess that's a good idea, so we have them one after already.
Yeah. Just in case I go sleep. Right.
Oh, that feeling early today.
It's fine. I will do that. And then I'll get up early. I don't really want to sleep at
And squat lobsters are scavengers, right? Can they scavenge like bacterial mats, or they're eating more dead animals?
They eat dugals. They eat things from the waterfall and also scavenge.
Yep.
It's a good number of them here, but it's kind of hard to know what it means.
Means more things to scavenge.
I want coffee. I'm sure it's coming. Yeah. Where's your water here?
I think if I could take real quick, I could miss anything in 10 seconds.
2 minutes, probably. Sorry.
2 minutes.
Defeated that.
This is the squat lobster worm crack.
Should I make a marker that says squat lobster worm crack?
We made a lot of squat lobsters and worms.
Oh, it is.
When you turn the face, you have to turn it over again. It's almost like 3/4 of the program, 3/4 of the turns. That's it. It's called select. Is that the big we're going to yeah, take it out to the left.
Yeah, where is this debris coming from?
It's pretty chunky.
It's very chunky.
Bacteria in that.
I don't know. I would guess like a creature got eaten in the water column. There's so much of it, but I don't think the squat lobsters will move that fast.
Sample flock from the bleak bacteria on that near that. That's deep. Like that.
Yeah, promising.
Crumbs.
We're here. We're just getting in position. Excited for the official worm diagnosis.
So if you want to impress your biology friends, and you see something that's worm-like, instead of saying worm-like, you can say vermiform. And they'll be like,
Vermiform.
whoa.
So that's them, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you think is it?
Are you ready?
Zoom in?
Okay.
Is it simple?
Can you switch to autofocus, please?
Sure. It's on autofocus now.
Thank you.
Yeah, those look like the
Yeah.
other worms we've seen before.
Yeah.
Was that good?
I think so, it's good. I mean, they have to eat something, so.
Yeah, I think there must be, I bet there's some kind of diffuse flow here.
All right.
Did we go down to, we came up from the bottom of this?
We transited north across this crack. We have not explored this crack in any other way. So maybe we can go and see if we can get to the bottom and then
Thank you for
A lot of worms.
figure out which direction we want to go in.
Okay. And down, so
So many worms. So many worms. It's a lot of worms.
I'm just running a, these look like they might be serpulid worms along the basalt wall.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Serpulid worms.
close to the bottom.
Okay.
Oh no, we got 10
Are they
meters.
on the planet too?
Yeah.
Are they is it just the tubes of them?
Sorry.
Are they
Are they alive?
They had their
Some of
feathers
them look
out,
like they do,
yeah.
Yeah, I saw some feathers.
Foxy, how do you feel about
What about these guys?
Ooh,
Look over there.
winner!
Oh, whoa!
Great eye, Tyler.
Alright. Oh, wow. What is that?
I think those are two
Rift
worms.
here.
They're two worms. They may not be alive, but they are.
No, they're alive.
You think they're alive?
I'm asserting they're alive. Oh no! Oh yes! No, I said
Oh no, there is some that are alive. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two Alex.
Yeah, thank you. Oh my god, I'm I'm terrible at this job.
Potato.
Oh, I see flow. Yeah. Woohoo.
A small club.
Strong
With the, two
perseverance.
worms at the base of the mound.
Got some matting. Yeah.
It has to be vetted.
Nice. park it here maybe for a minute? Check it out, or what do you think?
What's that?
I don't know.
Yep.
Roxy, you want to park and
On the diffuse flow.
look, or you want to see if we can find more?
Can you drop like 100 markers?
Yes. Can we drop a Riftia marker, please?
How do you spell that? Sorry.
Riftia.
How many hours has it been?
Well, I guess we count like maybe like 19.
It's been almost my whole life.
Check
That's
out
the most
fishes.
thrifty I've seen.
Yeah, but check out the fishes
They're all
too.
in there.
They're loving that diffuse
God,
flow.
it's so nice and dusty over there.
Gosh. Oh my
That's
gosh.
cool.
Nice job, team.
Nice job, guys.
No chipping.
I don't know. Is this a little chimney? That's a little.
It's a chimney.
Yeah.
Spot lobsters.
Oh, we're gonna find it. Everyone wake up.
Everyone wake up.
Right now.
Let's go.
Roxy, what do you think? You want to sit and look, or explore more? Or
I mean, I think we should explore more.
we're gonna explore.
markers.
Yeah. Not loose,
Maybe a couple more.
multiple markers. Well,
There's so
There's a lot of fish too.
if this is all there is, I don't feel bad about how long it took us to find it.
Wow.
Roxy, would you like to look at the diffuse flow a bit more? I mean, if it's useful for Jill in some way, or do you two want to keep going?
No, let's carry on. We'll come back.
Carry on, team.
Now.
I think the direction we're going in seems interesting so far. We can continue in that heading.
Yeah, keep going to the west.
Keep going west.
What's your
Oh, that was during the rodeo. He was already in here.
Oh,
I was just blinded by the forms.
the crabs, they really did.
Where did that
Spot
come from then?
lobsters.
You just looking around the web and all of a sudden it blew down.
Yeah, pretty much.
I think that's another worm
What's that?
There's another
up there. Oh, and another chimney there. Okay. Okay.
Now we found where the observatory.
Could we put the UTC time on the screen like it used to be?
It's just a different screen.
Well, it's kind of blocked. Yeah, I can't look over there.
Yeah, I mean, hold on. Give me a second. Calm yourself.
All right, we've got another Riftia clump. It's
Can we go over and put a marker on it?
yeah, it's very alive. Can we go look at these, please?
The chimneys are below us.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're like on a chimney. Okay. Okay.
There's, looks like there's some flow going
Yeah,
on.
there's
Yeah.
there's something in that.
Yeah, sure. Let's see what this chimney is.
So, Jill and Roxy, you're seeing this?
Yeah.
It's also
We're
got-
Alright, forget all the plans.
Winners, chicken dinners.
We are currently here. Right at the beginning of this zone.
Yeah. Go check
Oh
out.
my gosh.
Ooh.
There it is.
What's that there?
Yeah. Look at it.
Nice.
What would you like to call this one?
Chimney 1?
Some good stuff. Look at that sediment. Look at that sediment.
Oh man.
Yeah,
I'm
there's
very
a whole
excited about this.
Should I make a note of that? That you do? It looks like you have a sediment.
Super exciting day in the control room today, folks. Just discovered some diffuse flow
Sediments.
on this unexplored site.
Oh, I should
Why
be
don't you look
writing
at
this
that?
down.
That's incredible.
Spin around just to make sure we're not
At base of this.
If there's other ones.
Sounds great.
Chimney 1.
Chimney 1.
A glory view.
Looks like we're
Yeah,
In the abyss.
No, it is, for sure. Yes, we went up and over. Yeah, it is. Absolutely. It's a thing. It's a feature. It's a real feature. Yeah. It is a very real feature.
Oh no. What?
What?
Knocked a chimney over, I think.
We did.
No.
No.
Oh, did we?
Yes, like there's in it. That camera.
Wasn't that stable anyway?
Yeah, it's fine.
Why did you do? What have you done?
Now we definitely have to
You still declare that you discovered it.
push core.
And for all of 3 minutes, there we were.
I mean, we were probably gonna knock it over exactly. Yeah. We were gonna sample it. We just started that. Obviously.
Oh my god.
Wow, guys, this is hysterical.
So now we're gonna have to push core.
Really a lot.
Right, so
This is a fresh little pile,
yeah, you think?
and it's not very big.
It was from the last ROV that was here?
And it's all beehives. I don't
Yeah,
see
it is,
anything.
that's true. It's a
I
lot
guess
of beehives.
this little bit is a little more structurally sound.
No. Yeah. That's what we told the CCTV through.
I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah, that's what did it.
Beautiful. Yeah, we can keep exploring. We did see that other riftia clump
Yeah.
behind us.
What do you think, Amy? Maybe look a little past the Riftia clump?
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to find the edge of this site.
Area
Ooh.
percolates. It is a nice setting. Look at
Thank
that.
you, squat lobsters.
Yeah.
You just think the spot
Yeah, I think to your port is where the riftia were.
So that you don't have to have all those stupid waypoints in your face anymore.
Oh yeah, and that beehive is still kind of intact.
Yeah, if you go to the missions tab, and then, where's that? See, oh, that would be,
This one?
go to the green sea one.
That's the one. Oh, it's started today. I'm not sure.
Still my fish right there.
You
For like
just-
2
Oh,
days.
you just
Okay.
warmed my heart.
Yes.
Is that my right?
Oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah, that's definitely look how many, yeah, you can,
Just for 30 seconds.
This one here.
the one beneath it, you can, yeah, because we're not gonna use it anymore, so you can, that way it's not in your way. They're gonna, we can input more points for this if you need them, but they're likely
Like
to
less
follow
than
a
15 seconds.
totally different path
Is
now.
it? Oh, okay.
So that way you can have all those waypoints in your face.
Okay, you're happy with this?
Yeah, this is fine, yeah. If it's needed to load back in there, it's still in the folders, but you will likely not need that anymore now that we've found what we're looking for.
Sophia's gonna murder me.
You just snuck in a little, just a few bars.
I love that song.
You have the mute button.
You have the power. That sounds right in my head.
We're going off mic to celebrate. Everybody just singing in your head.
That's right. So,
Riftia 2.
Riftia 2, after that. Is that a marker we're dropping?
Yes.
You're on watch now.
Riftia 2.
You're good, your work is done.
Yeah, these are work.
Go this way. Yeah.
You've been wanting the whole time, huh?
Go this way. Love it.
Aren't they beautiful? So pretty.
They're all kind of laying on each other.
I mean, this is like. One more time.
To do our
doesn't work. I'm editing things. So
There you go.
Iris down?
Yeah, could we turn the iris down a little bit, please?
Sure. Thank you, Amy.
I just have to say it feels very validating to go through a Toyo for that long.
36-hour Toyo.
Yes.
Birthday.
But now I want to know what currents work. This smell, right?
Spot lobsters really were our friends here.
So what are the chances that there's other structures that are contributing to what you all saw?
I think there's another structure just to
Yeah?
the west. I think this is another vent field.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So is this,
I think there's more.
is this the little squat thing that we thought was?
This is in context.
This camera brings some energy.
This is crazy. So that's the other one.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay. Do you want me to pass on these 2
But we have
points
a
so that we
screen.
can?
Could we continue
And then they can just.
So many pictures right there.
Yeah.
towards your
Yeah.
port
Yeah.
or in this general direction?
Yes.
Yeah, to the west.
No.
We found it and we actually knocked it over immediately.
Oh.
Incredibly happy to be here.
I didn't see it like.
Alright, I'm gonna make a new. I'm getting rid of Maggie's.
No, on the side cam. It was on that cam. It was like, we knocked chimney over really hard.
I'm getting rid of Maggie's point. No longer necessary.
Like, really went down.
3 points options. And
I don't know, there's structure.
Yeah, there's no.
Okay. Here we go. Let's check out that guy.
It's a whole other thing.
It looks flowing to me.
Yeah, there's smoke.
We're looking at another.
Oh yeah, and there's
Yeah, it's right to us. Yeah.
working on it. And there's flow below us based on the fish.
We're up to 2.2.
Temperature's going up?
Is it? Yes.
We've been at 1.9 times.
Oh.
We're at 2.2.
Oh yeah, look at that.
3 points. Let's make it a flag.
Is there something on the top of that?
Yeah, that's a whole.
Yeah, I think the flow's at the bottom.
Want to go down or up?
Down, please, first.
You're very vigorous typing.
Lots of squawkies. Yeah. Small lobster
Oh, I've never seen rifties that are that chunky.
I know. Very happy.
Yes.
They're so happy to be there. Look at them, they're thriving.
They are.
The fish are all about it too.
Yeah, the fish point
Wow.
the
Wouldn't you want
flow.
to be in a sauna?
Yeah.
It's cold down there. The first one we found, they were one of each one.
Is it time for?
Is that a snail?
What? Yeah, it is. Where? Oh, but actually see. Is that a snail?
Why are we so thrilled?
This.
You want to zoom in?
Zoom in.
Yeah.
It's like diffuse.
Is that okay?
I think it's an anemone again. I think it's
Just a chunky, a little.
Oh, it's hiding in the flow again.
A couple of rifty accounts.
They're a snail.
We're not gonna know.
Take it.
Oh, apparently people like us.
Look at all of our friends.
There are so many
Yeah.
What?
They really did.
Looks like there's some small ones behind
Oh,
us.
that's okay.
It's really well
Let's check those out.
Just gonna lift up and spin around
That's
to
your
avoid
character.
duplication.
Sounds great.
So the rock lobsters.
I follow the.
Very strategically
Did you follow
done.
the,
It's funny because I was trying to avoid
The ridge of
hitting anything
worm.
next.
Sebastian's a big robot.
Huh? You followed the worm.
Takes a minute to find the dimension.
It's like driving an oversized car. You're like, oops.
What kind of basalts are these, Amy? Because they're square. Is this a square fact?
They look like
Are these called columnas? No.
these look like broken up sheep flows.
Oh, broken
that, like,
sheep.
have
Okay.
drawn.
So what's a columna besides?
Those are.
Do they look like?
Those grow like when you look at them, you look down and it looks like hexagonal. And those I think are
Something like that, but.
yeah, but like all bunched next to each other. And then
Okay. I'm blown away by the fish. This is kind of. I've seen this before.
where they're like.
I know, right? Yeah.
How good about something like that?
Yeah.
Oh,
We'll get it.
oh,
We'll have
okay.
it. We can do it.
That's easy.
Well, now that we have a site. Right. Your point, Maggie's point was way up here. It's like, Maggie's point is way up there.
Okay, so we haven't even made it over.
We never made it to
So you
Maggie's.
can see on this camera.
But it's
A lot of
always
Yeah.
way far away.
Can I turn this one and try and get that view?
Yeah, that's.
I'm gonna try to.
Okay.
Yeah, but we can just forget
Sure,
this.
we're.
Yeah, it's almost exactly a kilometer.
You're right.
I'm sort of curious if it's this.
Pretty cool.
Seriously, this is like, I was in here for 8 hours this morning, and then I left like 30 seconds to get coffee before dinner. 8 hours straight. There's also perfect.
Yeah, I put
And you
some
see where
flags down for you.
all the plumes are pushing across the things. They're all true. Yeah, those are the biggest feeling for it.
This whole cruise?
Time, yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
First
Some babies.
Yeah. That's good stuff.
Yeah. And the this is the first day.
I know I should have worn it. I should have worn the SOI shirt today. I was like, yeah, I'm tired. Slept 4 hours. Yeah.
Hey, compliments to Jill and Haley and the MTs. Well done, folks. Hey! There you go.
Everybody who's sit and tell you to watch.
Target right there. Yeah.
January was so
Cheering. Got me with everything.
Great.
Squat lobsters.
Yeah, this is what
Thank you for leading.
Thank
you.
Squat
lobsters.
For leading the way.
Handful of worms.
Yeah, they were very easily lined up.
Should be named after the squirrels. Oh yeah, the tortuga.
Squat lobsters.
Was lobsters.
Oh, I know this in Languinas? Langostas?
Yeah.
Langostas.
Langostas.
Langostas. This is wrong gender. This is
Oh, I mean, I'm not having it. I'm just kind of sitting here.
Just sit.
Motivating myself.
It's a good thing.
You have screens to point at.
That is a good
Yes.
What is it? What is it?
I don't know how you say small lobster.
Oh.
Langostino is small lobster.
Yeah.
Could we drop a marker here, diffuse one, please?
What do you want?
Diffuse one?
Diffused one.
Yeah. Diffuse.
Rechoncha. La langosta rechoncha.
A little less rolling.
A little less roll off the langosta itself. It's a good
So curious because I mean, seeing all those circuitous up high kind of makes me wonder how big this feature is. Because I mean, look, this is clearly diffusing. There's the.
Oh, more riftia.
Is this different fun?
Yeah, I think so. Or is this riftia 2?
It is.
Ah.
It appears to me anyway. First time.
Riftia 2.
There's something better about seeing it for the first time.
You know, I think we're kind of flopping around.
Yeah, we just twirled.
Yeah.
I think we can keep heading west.
Alright.
Yeah.
Alright.
It's cool. And it to drop right down on the Rivian?
Maybe, is there
That's
anything else
really
you want me to
cool.
notice? So I've, talked a lot about the fauna, but anything you want to log?
We just dropped another marker at Riftia 2 called Diffuse 1.
The marker at Riftia 2
Well, at the base of Riftia 2.
called Diffuse 1.
Yeah, which is diffuse fluid percolating through the salt cracks and bacterial matting.
Yep.
Thanks, Pete. Oh. And this might be the abrupt end.
You get a sense of what size of venting that you expect to security there. You can't get a sense of what size of venting you expect to see signal. Even though it's just that little trimmer. One of those situations where there's one vent that's very rarely.
What are these? Can I zoom? I think that's just an anemones.
This is where he gets it? Yeah, last time he was like, this is the newest one. This is where you're gonna find it. He has the brain geology.
Yeah.
And this is where it's more. That's amazing. That's good.
She's hysterical. He says, because you're soft-spoken. He's like, all doing. It's really,
That could have been so
he's
bad.
really
Yeah, yeah.
You gotta turn and face that wall.
Might have been previous venting.
I just clicked it.
Yeah, we didn't ever get to
On
this
a track
point at
along
all.
the north face of the wall.
Yeah. Freezes.
Yeah, we are on this.
You kind of look around.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, he's had a really neat career path. So if you're thinking about, the next 15 years.
Yeah, we didn't go to the meet.
We have to talk to him.
Yeah.
What's his last name again?
Very long.
Yeah, or at least whatever.
But he's sleeping very much, so.
He had his cookie cake. Went to bed. So I was really good at that.
Some more word or some more critters on the rocks like
Oh yeah. More critters.
Are we moving on now?
We just went through the west end of it. We're going a little bit more to see if that's a real end, and then we'll go through the other way and see where it ends in the east.
There's still a lot of serpulids on these basalts, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's not
hard
it's
to know
not
what that
barren
is.
yet.
Is that a sheet flow?
I was thinking of the dolphin. So this is like
watch
the
it for you.
pillow. Make sure you burn up pillows and sheets.
I will
That
watch
is
it
like,
for you, so.
higher.
I'm gonna make a note of it just for fun.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm gonna say JC. JC says these are sheet flows.
On my chair.
And this is called a quarry of pillows.
Sure. Pillow tunes.
Should have named it so you just started to stick down in the reef using out.
Technically, this is not a chalice. Like, this is another form of chalice.
Yeah, and that's no I in that, right? T-A-L-I-N-G?
Chalice?
No, no,
Oh, we're talking about tailings? Tailings is more like actually the discards from like mining.
Right, so this is pillow
Yeah.
chalice, right? Okay. Yes.
And you can have chalice from anything. Yeah. It's born in this hydrothermal chalice.
Ooh.
Yeah, so
Were those
check
clams?
this. We got clams, I think.
Clams! Clams! Where's the clams?
Yeah, I think check some shell, mussels, clams.
Some
They're
dead
all
shells.
Yeah. Bunch of dead ones. Maybe mussels.
Mussels?
We'll find the live ones.
There's some live
Maybe
ones.
some live ones?
Yeah.
Wait, there are live ones?
Yeah, just
Brown
a
ones
few.
are probably
Okay.
live.
And I'm guessing we want a marker.
Yeah.
Are they all mussels?
Okay.
Can we drop a mussels one marker, please?
Dropping a marker. This is a mussel mound. This is a whiskey patch.
Some more worm or ghost fish.
Oh, and more
It's all
riftia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, we're coming up on a big clock.
More riftia.
Oh my gosh. I just noticed. Is that bacterial mat on the rock?
Yeah.
Are you planning on sampling it?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
They're gnarly. They're going to blow your mind.
It's like a bucket list thing.
Do the push cord photo shoot.
Right?
Yeah.
Totally.
Giving you a tall board.
I think you like nauseous just thinking about that.
I don't want to touch them though. Do you have to share
You
them
have to
with
know.
us?
You have to do it.
Can I touch it? Am I allowed to?
Absolutely.
Am I allowed to?
Drop a diffuse marker.
Diffuse marker.
Sure.
Are we calling it diffuse two?
Yeah. We have a diffuse one, right?
Roger that.
We do.
Yeah.
Dropping a marker.
Can you see the lasers?
Call it diffuse
I
two.
noticed the lasers. So that's like,
Got it.
they're so thick.
Any comments on
You probably got it. Riftia, bacterial mat, spot lobsters.
Yep. Can I do that?
Yeah.
You okay with me checking in with you like that, Amy?
Yes, great. Thanks, Beach. That might be a one piece of talus. One talus.
What, to the left, I think?
What do you think? The brown one? Is that a piece of chimney? I think it is.
The orangey piece
Is
right
it
there?
flowing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's. But I don't see where it would have fallen. Oh, maybe it fell from up high. Oh, that's
Hydrothermal talus.
something I should have thought of.
That's a little bit.
Should look up the wall
But
a
I think
little bit.
we're just ignoring the fact that that's.
Oh.
Type talus. Hydrothermal talus.
Maybe that's an old chimney?
Well, to the just south or just below the riftia is a little piece of old chimney, and then I don't think it's so covered in stuff. Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't look very basalty.
No, it does not.
That.
This, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh.
You guys dizzy yet?
Do you have any comment on that?
Small chimney,
Yeah.
not currently venting. Can we go up
Inactive.
the hill a little bit, please? Up the wall.
Small.
I wonder if it just fell from above.
So there's some roads there just to the left. Up.
Gosh, they're so gnarly.
Yeah.
Ooh, sediment's coming from the top.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
There's a big old pile there.
A big old pile.
Oh my god. Should we mark that sand?
Get ready.
Oh wow.
Whoa.
Look at all those.
Oh my. Amy, look at this talus right here.
Got it.
There we go.
Oh my god. Dude, that's so
I think this little guy is gonna be chimney 2, please.
Oh, look at it.
Oh, yeah, so that's a clump. That's like very typical.
Chimney 2 comes with a clump of riftia. Chimney tube.
Pretty rainbowy down there. Rainbow showers.
Chimney tube.
Yeah. This is
Where we thought it was. No.
Then we have
It's a big
It's a whole
Oh my God, this is so cool.
Here, you can
Oh
try
yeah.
those.
Yeah, that's
Look at those fish friends.
They're so pretty.
Wow, look at that.
Oh wow.
Could we get like a beauty shot with like the fish and the? And we get like a little zoom
Yeah, let me
for
just see what's around here. And I'll try to grab that.
Look at that.
Look at the fish.
Oh my God. What are they eating?
Garbage.
Little pieces of
Garbage.
Is that garbage?
What is snacking? That garbage. The little tube legs.
So check out the crab sitting perched up there. They're trying to nib at the plumes to eat them.
Oh, really?
Bird crabs or
Yeah, sometimes the red come up with little
Try to
bites.
get us hovering here.
So,
And then it's all your camera skills, Doug.
I don't know.
Oh,
what
wow.
the
So we got it.
Sideline.
They do. They well.
You
So
tried
they
it already.
sit
Have you
out
tried
with
it
their
with them?
plumes until something touches them or
Yes.
bothers them. And if you disturb them or poke at them,
Yes.
they do two things. They pull in their plumes and they
Can we
release
try it?
gametes. That's like their whole
Yes.
life.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be
Yeah.
We're down at bird rusters, so it's
Yeah,
a little
yeah.
bit hard to.
Do you know typically how long it takes for them to like come back out? Can they do it quickly or is it
No,
a
it's
gradual
not.
thing?
No, that's 30 seconds. It takes about 30 seconds. They have a big, strong, muscular collar that I'll show you that pulls them in and out of the tubes.
It's like the one
Oh yeah. Face your fears, JC. Come on.
No, I have to.
Are you also scared of bird data?
I'm not scared of them, I'm just like, oh god.
Same.
Okay.
I touched a tube worm earlier on.
Very different.
Can I try that side by
I
side?
put my one of my mom's
Yes.
and I touched
Yeah.
something like kind of
I
stopped. I
mean,
was
these
kind
are
of pulled it out.
totally
This is
different
chemistry in action.
You
Yeah.
were there. On the 2019 ABR cruise
Yeah.
at Roxycan, and I went out on,
Yeah.
Lily was out, and Lily staged a marriage to one of the tube worms.
Was she married?
We had really lost our minds. Clearly. There was a bagpipe at the wedding too. Yeah. It was amazing. How big was the
Yeah,
tube
we'd have to get
6 feet
so-
tall.
we'd
It was
have to-
6
we'd
feet
have to
So many
talk
questions.
about it.
tall. 6 feet tall tube worm.
Like, was there?
I have so many questions.
The captain officiated.
Who got married for how many?
I don't know who
Seriously,
officiated.
how do you short it a 6-foot tube worm?
It's still pretty worms and stuff.
Or are you thinking more?
Well, I am an officiate. Does anyone want to marry
Oh,
tomorrow?
really?
Second to know. Or anything else? Great. Good to know. Thank you. Thank you for that. Technically only in the state of Wisconsin. Wisconsin, Alaska. Yeah, are we in international waters?
Really
Still
great.
cold.
What was that? Thanks for asking.
They might actually have two
There was a
sulfide.
good chunk in there. Thank you.
They like basically make a tube floor inside their tube, and then they
So
go.
it seems like we're out of the crack. We could just like go to the lip and like look around a little bit, and then we'll probably pop right back
Where
in.
they're at. They can actually
Just to see if the
digest
flow
whole side
continues
of the
on
tube,
the-
grow a little tube out, and kind of slowly walk. By slowly, I mean slowly. Like once-
And that might be something there, but we'll see.
Their job is to grow
Yeah.
fast and have babies.
And they're growing the tube, so they make a false bottom and then they grow the tube
That's
higher,
exactly
false
right.
bottom.
Yeah, and then my pressure vessels,
The
they grow so
temperature.
fast that in one experiment,
Surrounding water.
I typically work with worms that are about 2 inches long, and I stain them. So I'm like, this is all it's too stain. And after 3 days, they added about 2 inches of sugar. Which is totally crazy.
Do you think they were growing faster in response to the UV stress, or do they grow like different rates?
You know, we've done tube staining on the seafloor, and that's about what they do. So I was kind of using this to validate that they were
Gotcha.
in my aquarium, right? So,
Yeah.
so
like the opposite. Not to say anything like that.
Not at all. It's a totally good question. So, yeah, exactly. Amy, is this a different chimney?
This is the top of the wall, and
Top of the wall.
we're about to get eyes on whatever it is.
Bigger chimney. There's
Yeah.
not much of a chimney.
Yeah.
Or they're just covered.
Well, yeah.
But yes, I know what you mean. They're definitely repositioning geological.
I just don't see what you're excited by the whole of us. You know, you thought that baby you know what to do with it. It's never different than the other. Makes me wonder. Well, yeah, have you gotten to see your tails about yours? No. First time here. Otherwise they're called. I don't like how large they are. Like, it's
I totally can't believe you're like very aware of that.
Yeah.
so hard. Yeah.
Who played the cards? Was that Kate?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. Maybe she officiated too?
Yeah, she's married a few people, so that was her.
Yeah.
This is the other side.
Okay.
What was the shot you were after?
Do you see those?
What was the shot you were after?
I just wanted like a couple
Just a basalt pile.
And I think it'll
I'll
work.
crowd around for you.
Yeah.
I love squat lobsters when they evenly space themselves out like that. It's like so geometric. Oops. Alright.
Pay attention to distance for the last second.
I think we're gonna jump back in.
Spidey senses. You can get like, there's all like 5 arrays of some of this. Yeah.
Okay, should we do rainbow towels?
Yeah. Chimney 2 had rainbow talus.
My spider jokes of shit.
What is rainbow talus? It's just like talus of different colors.
I realized it was very
How do you shoot for rainbow? Okay.
because they're not real.
There is just rainbow.
Like,
I don't know. I don't know. It's pretty real
It's
rainbow.
green.
Pretty authentic rainbow.
So this is this a new Riftia? No, it's
Kind
the
of.
first thing.
Yeah, this is the Riftia that goes with diffuse 2 and mussels.
Right, just cutting up at the top.
No, chimney 2. This Riftia goes with chimney 2. Yeah.
Me too.
Wow. Yeah, we know it like no.
Good.
Are you serious?
Yeah, we'll see.
You pick that mound, the mounds are on. How do you feel about it?
North Shore of the Fault on the south side of the trough. Same
We're not all the way, but
Yeah.
all the way. Let me know if you need a
Yeah.
break, but I
Yeah.
imagine you can control.
Is there any geological rationale to that?
I mean, we would call it faults, but it's the same thing
Not
the
the same
whole way.
faults as- I don't think so.
It's very surprising, but I mean, it's the same setting
Right.
for
Right.
Guanus pinguinus navigator in here. Although the fault was cutting through more of a high in the other 3 sites. This is pretty low. But
Well, I just noticed that looked very new. The north-south faults were really short.
okay, running
So
this west.
fresh.
Yeah.
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 Do you think they're also mineral on the
I don't think so, but there's a lot of microbial mat that grows on the tubes. Yeah, the tubes themselves kind of create a habitat for other microbes, for crowns, for this.
How do you sample
That's a great question. So the best way to sample these is to pluck a microbial flowers. So you reach the nucleator, basically catching those false bottoms. So usually, many of the molds don't have the butts down at the bottom. So you grab it, pull it, and you're sort of stuck with a big clump. But it can be about 3 worms with butt shut down. So you open your eyes.
Just made like a biological extraction. That's cool. So you can grab the bottom of it and it's technically like
Yep. If you try to grab it from the top, it almost never works. Well, because you can sort of smack them around and try to.
I was
But you end up, you should brush you much. But in the Gulf of Mexico, where they're cousins, the worms are much stiffer. The tubes are less stiffer, the worms go down a lot deeper. So that's what, that's.
As far as our next move, are we waiting for something? Or?
Yeah, we're gonna keep going west, and we're gonna keep trying to find these venting regions, and then when we find that end, go east, find the east end of the venting region. I don't know when you guys wanna start, you wanna start sampling
Yeah, I was
more?
I would like to explore more. I'd also like to go do like a circle around. If you come over here, Amy. You can see the track where so most of the venting so far has been here. So like your idea, you want to go further west?
Yeah, cause we're in a fall right now, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're following.
So we're following
the
the
banks of it.
Yeah. And then the other thing, I was thinking two things. One might be to look around the other side, see if there's other venting back here, or is it all over this?
Yeah, so we've
South
hopped
facing.
over the lip here and we hopped over the lip. I mean, we didn't see anything, so we can pop over it.
And then I think we should, where we sample here, go ahead over here. Follow that trend. And then see if this starts to look, and then perhaps this as well. And once we've done that, we can return back to our, well, our granted some science then.
Yeah. Sounds good. Hello. How's it going? It's all kicking off.
This is exciting for our shift. So,
Yeah, that's right.
I wasn't expecting all of these. I do, although this looks like more yellow sediment to me.
I won't say that. I don't have the patience to
How do they get to where they live?
process.
How do they get to where they live? And how do they ever find it? How do they find their partner? That they absolutely need to find in order to survive.
Why are they at this site? How are they different at this site than at others? Last, lobster,
Oh,
And the army comes up.
yeah, so hopefully Jill's chemistry will tell us.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we'll be able to take genetic samples and compare them to genetic samples of worms collected elsewhere. So we like see how different they are. So they might tell us how they got here.
Yes, I was at the site where there's been more regular monitoring study various bits. They find the columns of Riftia kind of long time.
Should we do their succession where there's message the group, for example, like a certain species coming first, then you have review.
I was going to talk about that.
Dying out.
Wait,
Replaced by other ones.
He was, I don't know.
I want to watch it, but I'm just thinking JC and I
Those
think
other sites, since
you do
there
feel
supposedly been unhealthy observations, but hang out before, but they're just in a different successional stage.
I'm not worried about Phil on the watch, I'm just not worried about it. I mean, I basically like say stuff that Phil likes, so that's what I like. So. Alright, that's how we roll.
More events.
So be careful what you wish for.
This looks like this.
You think you've been wall?
We haven't hit a wall yet, but you can go.
Yeah, I think we're probably out of it.
Full push marks.
Four. Beautiful. Full push boards. I already got a new site in mind.
Share something. So, you know, a lot of people, you know, like having anything kind of hit.
440
Named after them. And I was always like, I don't really care.
It's a weird skinny
Some
fish.
worm or something. I was so proud of my friends in script.
Oh, wow. Oh, it looks like you.
It totally does. But it actually has more hair than
I don't know, there's still
What's the official name?
stuff.
Chance or stuff like that. I mean,
That's pretty cool.
Way
Not
cooler.
abundant,
Can we
but
all agree on that?
Yeah.
You're not showing anybody the symbiotic I named after you either.
I'm sorry. I did not know this was.
Yeah, I told you this.
Wait, did
In
you?
Shelby's paper, yeah, we named all the symbionts.
You
You
did?
have one. Yeah.
Seriously?
Yes.
I'm such an idiot. When did this happen? Like years ago?
Years ago. I think you must have forgotten.
I think I forgot. Well, thank you.
I'll find it for you.
Thank you. And you, oh, thank you. And,
Although I feel like maybe they made her take them out in the end. But
yeah,
anyways.
maybe so.
But I did email you about it. I know I did.
Well, I can't remember anything last.
Should be your profile picture for each color.
The little lobster?
Yeah.
Right. I think we should name something here after Jill.
No.
Yeah, why not?
No.
What's Jill's Patronus?
We made-
If Jill
we
were an
named
animal, a
Jill's-
vet animal.
We named one of the waypoints earlier Jill's Destination.
I totally think
Because I thought there was 2 10s and we couldn't figure it out. Like, just Jill's Destination. Who comes out?
Like the Bithagrea crabs, they're not butt heads. Like they're cyanic ray acids, but they're tough and you don't mess with them. Would be like Bithagrea. I think that's amazing. Tell me a lot about the RFP. See what we can do. Yeah. I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna go depressurize a vessel.
As one does.
That's one does. How fast?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we can go back the other way now. You could peek at the south wall too if that's not too twisty. Okay.
You're gonna start in back to the east? Yes.
I don't. Sorry, that was just something I Sorry.
Come right in front of the
Sounds good.
Jump in. Oh, yeah. I was gonna go for you, but. Since you're early.
Don't need to, follow it. Just take a look. Make sure nothing's appeared on that side. I don't think it will have, but.
Now do you get it?
What?
Oh, now I know. How do you sign up? In the kitchen? You know, I signed up, but I signed up restaurant. Why does this one? So one of them is has a fault. Has a fault. So we're jumping through it. It's also essentially a fault. We're over there, faults in the rock is broken. It's that break extends very deeply. So what's also important, so you have a vent, you need permeability. You also need pollution in there. And it's interesting about the site here, we're in the center of the ridge. So we're very far away from the red ridge that is the northern walls, and we're also far from the southern wall. And but it's different from the other vent fields we've been seeing. The Guinos and iguanas, those vents are actually just like less than 100 meters into the Red Valley, so very close to it's just as loud. There's a lot happening. It look different too. You're doing that in the opposite perspective. So this source makes fundamentally different. Because everything are more centralized in the Red Valley. And permeability might also be driven by shift factor.
Never seen it.
What normally
You find more
Lobster roads, there's really all roads lead. When you think about Schmidt Ocean venting, there's two drivers, or there's two sort of processes that act to create extension or plate divergence. One is volcanism, injection of lavas, and that volcanism creates what's called a dike injection up to the seafloor, which is like a column of US, and then that dike then, here we are, and then it reaches the seafloor, it becomes an erupted lava, and that lava erupts out here. But along with the lava, we also create some pressure in the crust as the lava rises, and that breaks up here and cracks. So we call that dike-driven permeability. So every time you shoot up a new dike, even if it doesn't erupt, it
Whenever
creates
you're
a
ready,
really
we
cool
can head
area.
back east.
In addition to that, you also have, so way on the edge of the tectonic plate, over on the margin of South America, Central America, they have subduction. And that's also true, of course, in the Western Pacific. So the plate is being consumed and subducted over here. So in order to kind of accommodate that motion, you also have braking along the Rhode Valley, in addition to the upwell lava. And that braking is what you call tectonic extension. So there's dike intrusion, but also tectonic extension. And both the braking along tectonic faults and the braking associated with the new eruption can create permeable spaces in the crust for fluids. But permeability alone won't make it vent. You also have to have a heat source you can talk to. So the heat source, like, we don't know yet what the vent fluid heat source is, but there have been magma lenses imaged at certain places along the western Galapagos. So we do have some information about the depth of the top of the magma lens. And so fluids circulate to some intermediate distance between those and magma lens depth. And one of the things we do in my lab is we use fluid chemistry to understand how contacting like that. And infer that from some of their design.
Amy, where are we heading now? We're heading back east, so we've popped out our west end of what we can
So we'll be able to
as
see
far as
if these ones are like
circulating
circulating
a little bit farther and then some other things. So we're gonna head back to where we were, and then we're gonna head through and try and find the eastern boundary.
So this one,
Sorry, I missed that last part. We're going to down southeast, down that mountain.
So right now we're in a fault, so we're in a crack. So we followed the crack all the way to the western end where venting, we can see more venting, and we've been going a little bit more. So we think we found the western bound, and now we're gonna head back east through where we were and find an eastern bound. And then we'll pop out and follow the outside of the rift towards the other couple spots that we want to see, and make sure that the venting doesn't come out the top of the fault. We've popped out twice and it hasn't, but we're going to follow it the whole way in. So. Great note.
You can take two other things.
Updated waypoint bridge.
Yeah. And then I just took a note on what we're doing now. It's really tight to get it working.
You officially did all water jobs.
Kind of.
Watch trifecta.
You know, it makes sense. You just kind of think of the Just on brand.
Just followed by a lobster crack. Drew a plot. And then it made me plots.
Here he was here. Just go. Yeah.
back measure high on the north side of the fault. Exactly where it's always been.
Interesting.
Yeah. We go a long way for, I don't think it's the same, but.
And you didn't hear anything up with it.
Back to our friends here. We're gonna wait for the vessel to get out of our way.
Get out of our way, ship. Sounds good. How's the dissections going?
Looking good. Yeah.
Nice.
All but one of the mussels was super happy. So they were happy.
We were. Not anymore. Ready to take this over?
Your call.
So we found the western boundary, and now we're heading back east in the crack. So we're about to get back to where we were, and then we'll go through it and see how far east it continues. And then we'll pop out of it and follow the north rim. We've already popped out here and here. Didn't see anything, but follow this. See if there's any preventing moves that happen. And we'll check out the less.
This is all flax. And you suggested we maybe kind of let the topography guys sit in and try to traverse the
I
crest.
would zigzag over and over this fault again.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where it goes. The fault sits about how low below the crest.
It's here. This is our track. We're in it.
This is the fault right here.
That's the fault. Right. Yeah. Just the southern edge. Is that right?
It's southern-ish.
Thanks for coming. I've never seen you looking for
Orchards on the side.
It's a larger
No,
I think you kind of, you also just observe the surrounding, yes, right, like ballast style is over here, and then the best time.
For the consistency of the rest of the sites on walls.
Those like it both costs.
Right now, we're passing over muscle.
Got it. Anything that you would like JC to pay for sediments and anything like that?
All the usual.
All the usual, okay. Got it.
Would you have the second push course that would take you to this forest of 14? In the hydrothermal sediments, do you want to try again without core catchers, or do you want to go straight to core catch?
I would like to try, especially the hot sediments, without core catchers. Especially if it looks like there's enough room to try a few times. I think the core catchers impede us getting in if there's rocks, and if it's shallow, we're not going to get anything worth doing. But if it's deep and not rocky, we could go straight to the core catchers. So I would kind of scope it. If it's rocky, start without core catchers for sure. And in that case, just make your best guess as to what the sediment's going to do.
How do you think the callus? Four? Okay.
Yeah.
They're all different colors.
Rainbow. Symbol of rainbow.
I was gonna say, if there's time, I think we should do a regular push core, and then if it's less than 5 centimeters, it's not really worth it to do the core catcher, right?
Yeah.
So we can kind of test the depth of the regular push core. Maybe it works, maybe the bonus one.
Yeah.
And if it's deep enough, we'll do that.
We've already spotted rainbow callus, right? So how many did you all see? 'Cause I wrote one down in the notes, but I didn't know for some.
Well, I feel like that
It's
top
the one
spiral
spot.
we saw had like a range of colors.
So you're okay with that from one side, or you want it distributed?
Yeah, we want different types of rocks. So they come from different sites. Great. But I think we'll finish the exploration before we do any sampling.
thinking that while we're exploring, maybe I don't know, Caitlin, if you're going to hang out with us, maybe we could start brainstorming a list of satellite priorities so that while it's fresh in our mind.
Did you like that Atlas by idea that was pretty far down?
So yeah, I would take that. Yeah. Yeah. That was a pretty big piece of Chilean left over. Some pretty irony. I would definitely add some rainbows in there.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Enjoy.
I relieve you of the pointer of power.
I bequeath the pointer of power to you.
I relieve you, Dr. Carter.
Yeah.
What is that? What is that? Like a jellyfish of some sort.
Black jellyfish.
Yeah, they're very cool.
Red, and you just pull some cool. Yeah, can you get out of the light? It's a red jelly. Oh yeah.
It's creepy.
Yes, I can. Emo jellyfish. Whatever jellyfish.
Emo jellyfish? That's emo. Do you think this one's emo?
Yeah.
I feel like it's goth.
Goth, yeah. Goth jelly.
Alright, go to my happy place.
Welcome back, Pete.
Hello.
If we look around to the right more, there was a flow.
Yes.
Just one. Yeah. I think these lights are all there now.
They are. I heard Roxy talking about them.
I'm on last night's oh my gosh. I listened to that.
All right.
Typical of this habitat would be a genus called Benthogodon that looks like
All right. How's it going, Sophia?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
I am doing great, much better now, along with everyone else that we found some hydrothermal vents. Welcome aboard Falcor 2, folks, if you're out there listening in. I do see a friend of mine from NASA. I've been encouraged not to name names, but you know who you are. And I'm glad you're here with us, pal.
If you know them, you're more than welcome
Am
to
I?
name names.
Am I?
Yeah, if you know them personally.
I do know them personally. Hi, Betsy.
Feel free to give them a shout out.
And not only do I know Betsy, but Betsy is an SOI alum, having sailed with us in 2018 on a cruise off Southern California. Glad you could join us. Glad everybody else. Welcome. Glad you're all here. Send us your questions, post your comments. I am going to be paying a bit of attention because this is a new vent field, and I'm going to keep eyes on the camera here. So if I get quiet, feel free to chime in and post those questions. Sophia, you can keep us on our toes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is this, wait, have we seen this Riftia Club?
This is already what we've seen.
Okay, is this Riftia 1 or 2?
It's Riftia 1, isn't it?
Check right. Number 2. That's
Riftia 2.
Yes.
Okay. And we have someone else who is posted a greeting to us in Arabic. Ahlan wa sahlan. I'm just saying hello to them in Arabic.
Dr. Pete, do you speak Arabic?
I do.
That's cool.
I'm a little rusty, you know. I don't have a lot of people to chat with in my day-to-day life, but give me a day or two back home with my family in California, and I'm back on it.
So Betsy, if you are still listening in, feel free to send us your questions and we can do our best to send you some answers. Okay, so Chris, at this point,
all right, let's welcome back Dr. Pete Gerges. We're just doing a bit of a handover here at the moment, hence the commotion in the background. It's almost 20, so almost 8 p.m. here on board Falcor 2. Just event discovery after over 18 hours of diving. This is a very exciting day for us here. Discovery of a new vent. We're all absolutely stoked that you can join us.
It might be easier to see on the player mouse here what we're trying to do. We're trying to move through.
So if we look
We're trying to go through like here.
We're trying to go past this is where the venting is. We're trying to do like a loop around this structure.
So like on the
But on the side of it rather than up top.
Okay, yeah, so just one around.
Yeah, like just a little circle around the flanks of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Sorry, west, we're gonna continue west.
Oh, you wanna go
The
west?
other east. Wait, let me just double check. Yeah, we're going west, yeah, right?
No, we're going.
Thanks for bearing with us. We were a bit quiet today, interspersed with some interesting and thought-provoking questions that we'd shoot across in Mission Control. So we really appreciate you all just hanging out here with us, being with us on the journey to finding this vent.
So Chris, we're gonna let Jill.
Hopefully vents, plural.
Right now, what we'd like to do is check the easternmost extent of the venting. If we look at the flavor mouse version over here, so right now what we found is a lot of venting kind of like right here. What we want to do is loop around to the east and come around the side of the structure, not go all the way up it.
Alright.
So just go around the side, make a circle around, and then we're going to head west toward the next flags.
We have a really good question here in the chat about the ROV jostling a little bit more than the other day. You're right, it is usually rock steady. You have a very good eye. Actually, we are down one thruster, so it's a little bit different to maneuver at the moment. So yeah, that's probably why you'll notice some rocking, but I think our pilots are doing an amazing job keeping it steady.
I'm really digging the fish hanging out of the
That's really cool. There's a lot of them.
Ta-da.
Is that all the?
Hi. So yeah, that's why you might see a little bit of a sway in the motion of the ROV, but hopefully we don't make any folks at home seasick. Yep, this is something that's just going to have to be repaired when we get back to the surface, when that happens. So, stay tuned.
I mean, that's what we saw this already, but we didn't still see it.
What is that?
Well, actually, give me just a second. Let me take a look and I'll decide. Roxy, call it out if you want to set up on this and kind of get a closer look. This is a pile of worms. Holy smokes!
Are they alive?
I think they're worms too. Some of them are alive, but then some of them are dead.
Let's sit down. Yeah, I'm going to come wide on the camera and I'm going to turn it over. Okay, it's all yours.
I think there are a few that are alive, and then most of them are dead.
Yeah, but there's a lot of burrows and things too, Roxy. We'll take a look. If you're okay with this.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Really?
Are we close to the deck?
Well, no. I have shell. Just two. Yeah.
Yeah. There were like worms. They were like making first countries.
Well, they do, but the tubes are not edible. And they're like tight or something.
We're looking at a huge sediment pile. Presumably a mixture of dead and alive.
Yeah, this is definitely well beyond pile. I don't know. Is this, what's bigger than a pile? Is it a heap?
Heap sounds bigger than pile.
I think so too. Heap of worms.
So you think that's just sediment?
I think it is, JC, and I'm also really intrigued because there's a lot of worms, and I don't think they all sloughed off. Did you see? And you saw them retracting there.
Yeah, some of them are definitely still alive, but some
Yeah.
of them, like,
All right, Chris, I'm sorry. Can I take camera? Thanks, friend. All right, I want to sort of zoom in.
I like
That
the
is.
mound.
Greetings, Betsy, from your buddy Chris on the Falcor, on the Sebastian team. So I think these are, yeah, but these do, who is this? Right? I don't know that, I don't know, Roxy.
You don't think so?
No. Because they look a lot like the little other cyboglonids, like the little Oasis or something like that. But I can't see the squiggly cyboglonid in the middle of the screen. I'm sorry, squiggly serpulid.
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
Right. So I don't know who these worms are.
It does actually look kind of rocky too. Yeah, I think it's rocky.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me zoom in. If we see any live ones, the plumes might be a give. Like, kind of tell us. It might be a tell, is I guess what I'm trying to say. So I'm going to come wide on the camera.
Like a optical.
I'm gonna pan around a little bit.
Oh, just open one. Right.
Sorry?
Just open one.
Right here. Right?
Oh, that's a circular worm, so.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, they could be sibellids. I'm just not really seeing a good enough clue. Okay. Those are pretty. Well, this is a ridiculous pile of worms. All right. Why don't we go down? I'm going to come wide and let's just see if there's anything else around here that's interesting, and then we can kind of continue. Yeah. Yeah, let's do a marker. Let's call it I don't know, heap of worms. Let's keep it simple. Let's stick with dead worm mound. Let's stick with dead worm mound. Yeah, that is a lot. Yeah, one of our viewers says they almost look like small riftia. I mean, that's what caught my attention. They definitely look like riftia and its cousins. Like Oasisia is a worm that we find in and around riftia, but it's quite a bit smaller. But I mean, they really could just be Sabella tubes as well, but I really don't know. That's I don't know. That's what I was trying to look. Let me take one. Let me just sort of tilt up. I just don't see how there would have been this many worms that would have cascaded down here. So I'm guessing this was.
The cliff above though is covered in them.
True.
This is where we came on them. Remember, like. This is where
Yeah.
we,
Yeah. Yeah.
For many years of worms growing and dying.
Could be. Could be. All right. Well, if you're all comfortable, why don't we just continue our traverse?
Sure.
All right. All right. Thank you, Chris. Camera's yours. It's just totally weird. Yep, it does. It really, really does.
Yeah, but we can continue that move, please. Continuing, thank you.
find yourself having to count from 1 to 5, make sure you're under the paddle.
Yeah, all the time I was looking at just to check.
Yeah. Losing that over.
Where would all these worms be coming from?
So they're filter feeders, and so if there's a bunch of bacterial flock around, a bunch of marine snow, all the little particles you might see, then they tend to be abundant. That's the way we see them around vents. They don't have symbionts to our knowledge, but I guess my guess is that this was probably a lot more vigorous with diffuse flow than it is now.
Okay.
What do you think? What do you think, Roxy? Does that sound about right?
Yeah, but I think there still could be a lot of productivity in the area just because of the
Yeah.
technique we saw.
100% true. When we were at another site with Jill with diffuse flows, it was like a carpet of live worms. Like you couldn't see them. So it was like a little more dramatic than this rock face we're looking at. So no, I think you're right. There's plenty here. We've seen areas with more. We've seen areas with less. Is that diffuse flow? Like I'm trying to figure out what's the little white fuzziness on the basalt fracture there.
And that looks like a fish.
Yeah, can I just take a quick peek? I'm gonna just to the left. May I use the camera? It looks like a microbial mat. There was another one above it, right in there, and I'm just gonna zoom in to see if there's any evidence of shimmering, and then we can move along.
All right.
That's all right. If this is a pain, let me just check the lower one. There we go. See that? I mean, that's matte, right? And so there's flow somewhere here.
A little bit of flow, not much.
Yeah, agreed. Doesn't have to be a lot, but okay. I think we should note it if you both agree back there. I mean, I think that tells us that there's something flowing.
Yeah. Oh, I feel like we saw lots of map just generally in the areas of, I don't know, I feel like there's just enough around.
We can log it, but
Yeah, agreed with that. We can just log it. I don't know, the thing that caught my attention, Roxy, is they're very creamy colored,
Yeah.
like sulfur oxidizers.
Yeah, I guess I wonder if there's just enough around.
Okay, so we're continuing east along the...
Do we want to sort of face more forward so we can get a wider view? I don't know if we need to see such a close of a.
I think back off a little bit. Turn. Brighten that up. I see. No, I don't know about it. That's fine.
Yeah.
I saw yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's alright.
could we kind of sweep back and forth so we can see how, like, the downhill part of the, not just the wall? Thank you.
We're kind of looking at the downhill and one of our other cameras just to see
Okay.
that we don't want to see that before. Unless you want to go further down there.
Or you want to turn around?
No, this is. I want to do a loop counterclockwise.
You want to look counterclockwise?
Yeah, but I want to go around the little mountain counterclockwise.
Yeah.
And as we go around, we'll be scanning ahead of us with as wide a view as we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's definitely flatter here than the water.
That way, it's just that we can get from the top and not over the sides of it. No, I don't want to change that, I just.
Do you want me to stay at the same depth we've been at, or do you want to go?
Yeah.
Alright, so right now we're at 2476 or 2473 as we're coming along that face.
Okay. Yeah, let's get to the depth that we saw the other video.
The one on,
Let's hold that depth and then circle around.
right, we're at that same depth?
Yeah, we are.
Alright,
Yeah.
well, a few meters lower.
Close
but-
enough.
Pete, could you tell us a bit about the dissections you all were doing today?
Absolutely. Let's see. So one of the things that we have been doing is seeing if we can keep the mussels alive in our high pressure mobile lab. Over the years, we've built these high pressure mobile labs, which start off with an intermodal shipping container. That's a refrigerated container, just like you might see on a railroad car or the back of a truck. And we build on the inside we build a kind of endoskeleton with some stuff called unistrut, and that gives us a chance to now start building tables and benches and things of the sort. And upon those we put high pressure pumps and some high pressure vessels, which are titanium aquaria that we can pressurize up to about 250 or 300 atmospheres. Then we collect animals from the seafloor, we put them in there, and we pressurize them and then give them water that is a kind of recreation of what they might be experiencing at vents. And the reason we do all of that is so that we can study aspects of their biology that kind of best served by having live animals. Whenever we collect animals and bring them up from the deep sea, many of them live, but they don't live very long. They're adapted to the pressures and temperatures and geochemical conditions of the deep sea, including much lower oxygen than we have in our seawater up on the surface. So, with that said, a high-pressure mobile van is out here. It was used intensively last month by other members of the lab, whom you may have heard from last month in July as well. Ian Hughes and Dr. Jessica Mitchell, and they used it to keep Riftia tube worms alive.
Cool.
On this expedition, Dr. Andrea Unzueta Martinez is out here, and she is interested in studying the mussels and how they make their shells. So for the first time, we put these mussels in a pressure vessel. For the first time, we were able to keep them alive, these really, really big mussels. So it was really exciting to open them up and then to be able to see how well they were doing and use just this small number of mussels. We really only incubated 4 because we just didn't want to use more than we needed to sample their tissues and fluids to see how they make their shells. That's the story.
How long did it take you to build the van, so to speak? Whoa.
Yeah, so the idea of a van is about 20 years old.
Oh.
And it started when I was in graduate school, and my advisor, Dr. Jim Childress, built a van that we had a pump and some pressure vessels in, but only cold seawater. So we filtered seawater, put 2 worms in there, and just kept them at pressure. And in parallel, I was a graduate student, and I wanted to study Riftia under the conditions they experience in situ. So together, with his guidance, I built the kind of water conditioning systems that allow us to make hydrothermal vent water, and then figured out how to pump them into a pressure vessel, and then figured out how to get them to flow through, and then figured out how to analyze the change in the chemistry that the animals cause. It's called respirometry. Mm-hmm. Broadly speaking, right? How much oxygen do they use? How much sulfide do they use? And so on. As my last year in graduate school, I said, well, why don't we try this in the van? And we really ran out of time. So when I landed this position as assistant professor, I decided I was going to build a van that has this full capability so that none of the members of the lab have to go out and rebuild this every time.
Yeah.
So just to give you some numbers, the van itself weighs, I think we tipped in at about 13,000 pounds total weight, just around 14,000. About half of that is van and half of that is equipment.
Oh, wow.
So as a graduate student, I was hauling somewhere around 5,000 to 7,000 pounds of gear into and out of the main lab, setting it up, and then dismantling it, and then packing it up, and that was it's a headache. So.
Mm-hmm. Jeez.
All right. Now, a fun story is that our chief scientist here, our co-chief scientist, Dr. Roxy Beinert, was a member of the lab as a graduate student, starting in 2008, and she and I found ourselves needing to build a new van because I had received this grant, and so Roxy, another student in the lab, John Sanders, and myself spent many weekends actually building a van from scratch. We bought a box, an intermodal shipping container. We built the endoskeleton. We did all the wiring ourselves, all the plumbing ourselves.
Wow.
Probably not a good idea, but we did it. And right, I'm not so sure how compliant we are with every code, but I do know we erred very much on the side of caution, and electricians were like, wow, boy, you really overdid it on the safety features, but it was a lot of work. The van that we have now was built with support from a foundation, and I contracted out a company to do the build, so it's really nice. Yeah, the pressures we keep the animals at, we tend to set it to the depth that they get collected at. Rarely is there a reason to go higher or lower. Sometimes we may go just a little bit lower for some convenience, but really there's no real good reason to do it, right? If we get animals at 2,500 meters and others at 2,000, we may decide just to go with 2,000 or 2,200.
Okay. How do you I guess, like, say you happen upon an organism that you're interested in sampling, what's the thought process behind deciding to take it and incubate it versus take it and not incubate it and, you know, dissect it or something else, or just leave it? Like, what's the
How do we choose?
Yeah.
I think that it really comes down to what's talking with the members of the lab about what's the question that we want to answer. One of the, for me, and I've seen for many members of the lab, one of the hardest challenges is when you come to a site like this, you kind of want to do everything. And we have to remind ourselves that when we collect an animal, we should do so purposefully and put it to good use. When we are incubating animals, we should do so thoughtfully, right? The intention isn't to just have a zoo, but, you know, to start by saying, what do we want to learn about these, and then be very deliberate in our decisions about collecting and incubating.
Yeah. Okay, could you give the audience like a sense of how exactly you replicate a deep sea environment in terms of those like abiotic factors? Like what combination is the sweet spot for the organisms?
Yeah, let me pause for a second. Let me just see. Guys, are these wisps, is this us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good turnout.
All right, understood. Thank you. JC, are these strata? What are these?
This looks like more
Basalt.
It's pretty
Is there a name for wrinkled basalt?
It almost sorry, it looks like there are more layers, or like or like lobes of basalt that was not sure.
Huh, that's cool.
More good we call it.
What's that?
What's the yellow dangly thing off the wall there?
Oh.
It's an anemone, right?
There's that little pink thing. Yeah. Cucumber?
Huh. Okay.
See the pink guy up top?
Pink guy up top? Oh yeah. The kind of clearish pink thing with the
Oh, that's the sea cucumber.
squiggly thing in it. Yep, definitely a sea cucumber. If we could drop down a bit on the lower right-hand side of the frame of the camera, are those little clear things? I'm trying to remember what that is.
Going into the center now?
Yes, please. Just really, yeah, we won't stay too long. We'll do this quickly. But I think this is another sponge. Or maybe it's a bryozoan. I just don't remember. spend too much time with worms. Yeah, aren't those cool? Yeah, I think so. Glass sponge, right? Yep. Okay, cool. Thank you. And we can continue.
Alright, let's transit now like a little bit to the north and do our loop around.
Yep.
From there we'll head west.
So Roxy, I haven't seen anything around here that smacks of diffuse flow, right?
She's getting the cereal.
Oh,
There's no diffuse flow.
right. Yeah.
Let's continue our survey. Get to know where it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Around to this boundary, right?
Yeah, we're gonna go around the little the edge of this. And then we're gonna move over west to the next one on this same trend line.
I'm gonna go west from the north side here, or?
On the north side.
Yeah.
Was the north side the base we were on? We were on the south side.
Oh, we're on
Yeah. So Sophia, back to your question quickly. How do you recreate a vent? Is what I'm hearing. Oh, Sophia's gone. Okay. Well, the short answer to that, seeing as how Sophia has stepped out, the short answer is if you want to figure out how to keep these animals alive, you start with the pressure, figure out what pressure they like, figure out temperature, and be very mindful of your assumptions. Rifty is a great example. I spent the first 2 years of my graduate career trying to incubate them at 7 degrees C, and they just did not like it, and we figured out that they really like it at about 20. So you start with pressure, temperature, pH, and then you start giving them the kinds of chemistry you measure in their environment: sulfide, oxygen. More is not always better. Too much oxygen makes these animals very unhappy. The oxygen concentration in the deep waters here are a bit above 100 micromolar. Another way to think about it is it's about half as much oxygen as surface water.
Not the sensor we're on right here.
So that is important to consider when you're keeping these animals alive. As for a standard vent fluid, not really. I tend to go off the IGTs, but it is also fair to say that a lot of the animals like about 5 millimolar inorganic carbon, or DIC, pH of around 6.5 to 7, about 300 micromolar sulfide, 150 micromolar oxygen, and about 40 micromolar nitrate. The mussels in the van did great. They looked so good, and we purposefully incubated 4, and they came out in good shape. One of them did not look so good, but the other 3 were really quite awesome, and so I'm really happy with that turnout. And again, the goal was to sample fluids and tissues to figure out a bit about how these organisms in the deep sea make their shells and also maintain their shells. And that is correct. We are just finished up our experiments with dissection. So.
There's some clam shells.
Yeah, shells. Yeah, those are shells. Yeah, there's some mussels. Oh, to the right.
Yeah, we have a shell patch coming up. Well, and there's
Worms on rocks up ahead.
absolutely good eyes. So if we could come in and sort of zoom in a little bit, see if we see any live mussels, that'd be great. I think I might see some live ones up there. Yep, exactly. Yep. Yep, exactly. Yeah, now there's live ones here.
Can we drop a marker here?
All right, so we're going to drop a marker, and this is going to be, hang on, let me figure out mussels number whom. We are on mussels 2. Jill, what, how would you describe where we are? We are on the north face? No, where are we? Because I can't see the map. The eastern extent? Eastern face? Okay.
There are some worms on the vertical face above the mussels. Some circulants.
Okay. Photo bomber. Me? Can we get a shot of me? Thank you.
He's like, this is my time to mention that. Does anyone know what that fish name is?
I'm really, as you all can tell, I am not a taxonomist, but are they lizardfish?
Right there.
Someone's.
Anyone online who has been watching this stream for months, can you tell us who this is?
Someone said house.
Thank you.
More mussels down there.
Yeah, so there are some more mussels down there. I do see some shells. Thanks to the loyal viewers of SOI for your help with Fish ID.
Okay, maybe we want to turn to starboard.
Yeah, to starboard? Alright.
Yeah.
Okay, we got a few mussels up here.
Yeah, let's just look around, see if
A few mussels.
Oh, up top, up top.
Now we're going east.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
Jill, could we rotate to starboard real quick just to see what's at our 8 o'clock?
Yeah.
All right. Chris, at your convenience, could you rotate to starboard just to look to our 8 o'clock from the camera position?
8?
Sorry, port. Rotate to port. Wrong side.
Yep.
Sorry, bud.
Updated waypoint, Rich.
Larboard. There's a whole.
All right. Okay, so we got another mussel bed, right? And do we see anything flowing a little bit? I don't think we do. Anything flowing a bit more to the port?
Are there any live mussels? Another patch?
You know, we're going to definitely take a look. I wanted to make sure we didn't miss a flow up here.
This is mussels 2 from the other
Mussels too from that other
direction.
angle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I
Okay.
thought. Is it not?
Are you sure?
I'm not sure if that's true, guys. I thought mussels,
Yeah.
yeah. So we're going to call this mussels 3. Because I think it's at the top of this
Yeah.
mound.
The ones that we looked
Yeah, I
at were
think
just. And the muscles that the mark is below us.
Yeah, there's live mussels here. That's pretty obvious.
It looks more alive than.
Yep. And some cool lava tubes in the background, right?
Yeah. It's a good house.
Or basil. I don't know if those are pillows or if they're tubes. But JC?
Elongated pillows or tubes, like extruded pillows.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. Now we can move toward or kind of forward. These muscles look more alive.
I would agree. This is a happier patch.
And eventually facing south and along the west. Yeah. And so aim for where the hand is there. That's where we're eventually making our way to.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris. Ah, yes, drained pillows. That's the phrase. Yeah, also some good calls on the lizardfish. That's, like I said, I'm not a taxonomist. I can tell you how critters work. I just can't always tell you who they are. But they do look a lot grumpier.
Were they alive?
This is maybe the tall
They were
facing south. I think.
They were closed. And kind of lost their
Totally wrong way. Yeah, it's gonna come around the edge over here.
One of these mixed out.
But comment about the mussels, you thought they were happier when they had darker peristracum or outside layer of their shells. Yeah, I mean, so happy is a relative term. We actually do find really extensive mussel beds that are more lightly colored. A lot of the dark coloration, kind of hard to know exactly what that refers to. They do have a darker byssus, and sometimes when they grow in mounds, you see more of those out on the peristracum. But in general, the way to tell live from not live mussels, or what I'm using happy to imply that they're alive and not dead, it's pretty low bar, is if the valves are closed and they're not gaping and they still have their peristracum or outer skin that gives them that brownish or darker brown color.
The edge right there, I think.
A little bit
On the right side of the skin.
So if any of you are interested in learning more about the kind of pressure van research and how we study the adaptations of animals and animals to their symbiosis and animal microbial symbiosis in the environment, you can actually check out our co-chief scientist's work, Dr. Roxanne Beinart, who's done some awesome work on looking at the symbiosis in the South Pacific. Some really awesome work on looking at these associations through a genomics lens to understand their populations and population structure and how their capabilities might change over space and time. So lots of cool stuff. So I got a question for you all. I am curious if you all want to share your favorite publication, or either something you've published or someone else has published. Roxy, you want to?
I'm too tired.
Okay, Roxy gets a pass. Amy? Pass. It is a hard question.
Mine is not med related.
Oh, let's hear it.
It's an estimation of anthropogenic mercury in the ocean based off water column measurements.
Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. Yeah, I had a bunch of, Dr. Caitlin does a lot of work on mercury, and I had a bunch of questions that I'll bug you about later. JC, do you have a favorite paper?
Not yet.
Mr. Phil?
Yeah.
Got a favorite publication?
Well, it's one came to mind. It's not anything necessarily to do with any science in general, but it has more to do with science in general and research. Called The Importance of Stupidity in Scientific Research by Martin Schwartz.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's just like a quick one-pager.
Yeah, it's a nice read.
And I forget what journal. Cell.
Is it about the role of sheer dumb luck?
Yeah, it kind of.
It's a little different.
Yeah, it's different. Yeah, it's more of like being okay with how stupid science can make you feel, and that
Right.
pushing the boundaries of anything is going to
Right.
make you feel stupid.
Completely.
Very stupid.
Amy, I would love to write a paper with you about sheer dumb luck.
I'm sure that's a good one. Just like pure coincidence and the role it plays in life.
Yep, serendipity.
Yeah. I think life is half that, half the
Yeah. For some of us, it might be a lot more.
True.
Does this look like a basalt down here? I mean, an active sulfide. Do you see what I'm pointing at? There's like these funny features. Amy? No, it's okay, but yeah, just those little things.
Good. Yeah, we could poke it.
Do you want to poke it?
It's gonna get dusted.
Oh, I know, guys. We asked you to stop on a dime, but Amy, do you want to wait and poke it, or do you want to move on? Move on? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris.
Cool shape though.
And one of my professors had me read this paper for a class.
Yeah, that was cool.
What about you?
Me?
Yeah.
Hands down, one of my favorite papers is Roxy's first paper. It's true. One of these days when Roxy's not tired, you could ask her about it.
I guess one of my favorite vent papers recently is Chang Chen's 3D anatomy paper of the hydrothermal vent snail.
Yep.
He did some amazing imaging of how as they grow, they lose their gastrointestinal tract and they grow, their symbiote-containing tissue becomes symbiotic.
Yeah, it's very cool.
It's very cool.
And most of that was micro CT, right?
Yes, and
Did you do PET scans too?
no, it's a really another technique that I can't remember now.
What would you call it? Stretch.
Scrunch? I feel like rotates a little
What's that?
Big coral. Yeah.
Moving west now.
Yeah.
Are we getting a little closer to?
Yeah. Push up to the.
Yeah.
So push ahead.
A little south so that we're.
It starts going on a mountain again.
Yeah. So we start
Here.
saying slow stuff down with it.
One squat lobster. Oh, two squat lobsters.
Can we kind of pan around and look to the left a little bit as we're.
JC, do these sediments interest you?
They look pretty thin.
Okay.
Did I overhear before that one of the thrusters has an issue? Is that?
We can't use our starboard vertical, so we're,
Oh.
That's why it's a bit shaky.
yeah, so we have to go twice as hard with that one to get the same amount of lift.
Did y'all ever figure out what was up with the USBL last night? Is that just topside? The topside thing?
When we first got in the water?
Yeah.
Responder versus transponder.
Ah, okay.
Just doing some work. Remember how you're talking with Maggie
Yep.
about how people would do something and then not put it back and not tell anybody.
Yep.
That's kind of something.
Understood. Thank you. I get it. But some of the viewers online are listening to the countdown of squat lobsters and channeling their inner Count Muppet. 3 squatties.
Oh.
Ha ha ha.
I like that one. I kind of like it. I feel like it's still too thin.
But it's like closer kind of to our, closer to our, closer. Could be species. It's hard. It's hard to sit in the chair. And I wish there was a walk for the. Without my feet on the front. It's more workout. Like a margarita.
Yeah.
So when we had Benjamin before, it was at 2473.
So we're gonna check out the other one.
Do you want to come up a little shallower?
Up to you.
Just like 2 meters?
Update waypoint bridge.
Always spoken French and Spanish. So English, can you just discussed? Yeah. Go grousing earlier or sea. Usually just as bring up like that one else.
Gosh.
What is the one black pixel in the middle?
Wanna go find out?
It's a massive thing stack. I've just been skirting around it.
It's a deep dark hole.
I've not seen anything on the sonar that went too deep. We'll find out.
Yeah, that's where we were all the vents were. Yeah.
Significantly higher than that's where we were at.
Oh, I can see. I can see. It's hard to see the resolution. It's a mountain. Yeah. No. No.
So yeah, I think if we keep this here, you get to the high
big black spot. That's a big old wall.
Big old crack.
Yeah, just see on this wall.
A lot of crack.
Are we looking at the center of the mound? No, on the top. Maybe we're on the side.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's kind of dropped off on one side.
If you just face dead south, straight south, you get that highest mark.
Yeah, just see what's on this wall real fast before I go over it.
We don't want to go over it. We don't want to go all the way over. We just want to come around. We can actually now do kind of like a, see this like a pizza slice. Like head straight this way. And we're going to go on the southern side if that's like.
Just south.
Yeah, so
It's more like west. Yeah.
going west and south, same thing.
Southwest.
Kind of follow this more west than south. South would take you over the top.
This is what they want to follow.
So not south.
West on the whole side.
You'd rather south.
Due west. South, southwest.
Southwest.
Southwest, west.
Sure.
What's in between southwest?
Is it more south or is it more west?
I would say
It's more west. It's more west than
260.
south.
So west,
260
southwest.
degrees.
So along this way. Alright.
It's due west with a southerly aspect.
West with a touch of south. Just a
West,
smattering.
west, southwest.
Sprinkle of south.
I'm like half
Earlier, we were 2473. We're not going there now. No. There's a lot.
Is that a little cluster of corals?
yeah. Can you zoom in? Can you log those and zoom in?
Science later.
Stop. Oh yeah, science. Yeah, those are on corals.
It should be on the earlier.
Okay.
Can you log them as octocorals? Yep. Got it. Thank you.
Ooh, a sponge.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. The non-coral kind. I saw a lot of this at Escanaba. They're in all my highlight reels in a rainbow, in yellow and pink. They're so pretty. Is that Julie 500? Yes. Why do you do it? Just to let it touch it. Every time I log in, there's a non-zero probability that it's not going to log in. And I have to force a restart with a button. And I'll lose all my work. And then it's still not going to log in. And then it's going to lock me out. And then I'm going to need Sean to lock me back in. This has happened to me like maybe 5 times. So it's not like all the time. But every time it happens, there's like a possibility where I'm not going to get back.
So at the end of the day, do you ever just log in?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah.
you just don't let it fall asleep.
Yeah. It's also a thing, well, so I have it set to fall asleep at 20 minutes and like all the settings through that. But it will fall asleep in like 3. It doesn't wait full.
Sounds like your computer started to.
It's always been like that. It's all the horrible software they put on it. It's just ruined. It's ruined from the day they gave it to me.
Are you protesting getting a Dell computer?
Yeah. I don't know, they're just so not as good. But then I can get better software if I switch to a PC, so.
Maybe you can get like a better version of
I don't know. I think they restrict us from doing anything good. I forget which version you guys have, but basically they have like the normal version, and then their better version is like twice as big and twice as heavy. And I'm like, well, I don't really want a big heavy laptop. That's like not the whole point of a laptop.
It's called the Latitude.
Yeah. Do you guys have that one, or do you have the little ones?
I think we have the smaller. I don't actually know.
Very Phil thing.
Where do you find the mini cans?
They just pop up every now and then. One at a time. It's like playing a video game, like Pokemon or something. So sort of wander around and one appears. Alright, so I'm going to charge my.
I tried the Spanish Cheetos. So
What are they?
they're just like the flavors, like it's not really there, but there's no powder.
There's nothing. It's like, it's kind of like it's a Cheeto minus the cheese part.
Is that just a dyed orange?
It totally, and they say extra cheesy. Extra cheesy, no, extra not cheesy. That's what they should be called, the extra not cheesy. How are those holding up? Are those say cheddar cheese? Is there actually a cheese flavor?
Is that crunching noise because you're eating chips?
Oh, what's it sound?
That's on their mic. Oh wait, let me hear it. Okay, no, keep. All right, go for it. Let's do the test. I hear no crunching. Still no crunching.
Okay, yeah, more than one. It doesn't always taste good. Yeah, you think that's
So-
try another thing. Bigger and might smell it. Oh, sure.
Zero? Nothing? I think we should go to my other book. Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Pop that soda can. I know.
Finish this by. I think I should go get that. Nice.
You guys are grilling me.
Is it right if we move a little more in the south?
Sure.
Going west, but just track south.
Jill, how would you feel about on Fledermaus there drawing a transect that generally trends the way you want us to go, and then maybe we could put a marker?
There is a marker right here.
Okay, okay, I see. So,
Yeah, so we want to head. Yeah. That's it.
okay,
Put that line.
yep,
Yep.
got it. Thank you.
All the way around, all of that line specifically, or do I just cut across?
Yes, I would, yeah. It would
That
be best
line's-
to follow this line.
That line's coming roughly where our markers were before.
Hope you get some nice zigzagging in.
We're totally zag.
Totally gonna zag.
We're gonna zag on top of this.
Those 2 waypoints are enough speed.
Gotta zig,
Up
gotta
and
zig.
down.
You never know where.
Come around
I don't
this,
zig. You can
there,
zig.
and then head straight.
I'm only in a zagging.
You're gonna zag? I'll zig, I'll zig.
Sure, you're on.
Just make sure that the second one
Is on the southern. Do you need more live sulfides?
Um,
Yeah, just a line.
opportunistically, but I wouldn't say,
The other stuff that we saw.
I would say if Amy's gonna get some sulfides, then having some small live sulfide collection would be useful.
I think everywhere we take an IGT that's hot enough to precipitate sulfide, we're gonna take a pair for us and Joe.
Yeah.
And if you guys want that, then we'll
Sure.
just make sure it's big enough.
I guess I'm talking about biobox space, because we're gonna have, we need at least 15 mussels, at least 15 tube worms,
That's right.
and they're gonna take up a lot of space in both those bioboxes.
So maybe,
You put them into a
coral quivers,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and that's it. So maybe that's the,
Size limit.
yeah, the size limit, coral quivers.
Yeah.
They're so
Sedge,
pretty.
Chimera,
Chimera.
Chimera.
We watched him hit the ball.
I think we do that now.
Yeah,
Stunning.
Let me see it.
it does, doesn't it?
Ooh, there's this lobster.
So live sulfides and coral quivers tonight. Because we're using the bioboxes for.
Yeah, so no rocks in bio boxes, is that the gist?
Well, yeah, I think you're gonna have space for them.
I agree. Okay, that's cool with me.
I don't need the bio box.
I think it's just the mussels.
We can put a piece.
Let's keep it simple. De-escalate the Jacob demands too.
Yeah, I think for the live
living in.
It's like it's a caloric restriction.
Yeah.
Two squat lobster.
What was the Spanish word for lobster? Are there RNA later covers? No, right? You don't
Sorry?
have RNA later covers.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Would that be okay, or I guess you don't want to, what about the multiple spots? Like if they wanted a bigger piece? Or I guess,
we should
you think?
As soon as it's inside, right?
Our talents.
So which was the chimney,
So-
like the talent?
According to Google Translate,
Push forward.
squat lobster is like ghost tech.
What's that?
Other side of it.
Yeah, we want them to be.
You don't want the head, you want no use for having him.
Saying you can do like.
Deeper water than us.
Sometimes shell. So it's like Ricotta,
Shell lobster
shell.
glow and basalt cracks. Here.
Yeah, on the line, follow us, that way.
We're gonna have to go behind us.
Let's see if Google Images
Yeah.
gives that squat lobster as a result, or if it's made up translate.
Ooh, very good. It's a clever idea.
Maybe made up.
Oh, goodness.
This is what it gives me.
On the south side.
I'm pretty sure it's made up.
Random
So
lobsters.
that's a squat lobster.
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll come
Ooh.
up a little bit.
Yeah.
Check it out.
There, and it has that as the title.
There it goes. Yeah.
Winner.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
I didn't know. This is a very pretty squat lobster.
Yeah. I didn't want to show you all the nice ones lest you thought less of our bad friends.
Maybe cockroaches. Are they on cockroaches? Ocean cockroaches?
Yeah. All the stations like that are
Wow.
a lot of things.
I really like regular crustaceans. So maybe we'll get
We have to wait for the ship to come around.
Understood?
Then go to the south side.
That's fine. That's slow going.
This side of that big mountain.
I will, but I thought she said she wanted the south side of it. Didn't I hear that?
That's the end of the mount, or not? You should go by this. Have we still got a bit more to come before we're at the end of the mountain bit, before we're down the line? Just what
Only
it's
a
still
little
like
bit.
take the,
Yeah, just a tiny bit more to the south, and then we can head on this line.
yeah, so.
So-
We're not off the mountain yet, really.
So,
Before it flattens out, yeah, so we've still got a good bit to go.
so we're not waypoint 12.
Well, no, I've
Okay.
got to come around till we get to 12 instead of course. There must still be some more of the mountain to go. It was roughly from there, once we came all the way around it, then go out when it's flat.
No, probably not.
But,
The week
no,
Yeah, I think I'm next day. Yeah, we can talk about it before.
so if it's, obviously we don't know the exact shape, but I just put the waypoint here, because that's
Yeah,
above the
yeah,
south
happens
face,
to make
but
us
we don't
recover.
know if we're,
Yeah,
thing comes
I think
in this
we're
far,
gonna finish this
we have
line
to
of
go around it,
exploration,
and then
and then
go.
if we don't find
We don't have to
anything
go all the way
else,
back to
go back and
waypoint
see.
12, that was just to indicate kind of where the start
We
was.
didn't zigzag lots
We
of
wanna come
spots,
round,
so maybe we'll do another
till
round
it's
of
flat,
zigzagging more spots.
and then head off to the south side.
Hopefully there's another line.
If we keep the best luck with the north.
It's flat, and I don't really care what the rest of it is.
Makes cloth along it.
I'll put the best luck. I think it's where these darker bits are, is where it's still, it's where I write about where the waypoint marker is there, is where it's flat.
We're quite a bit,
We've changed the waypoint bridge.
we're relatively shallow compared to everything. This is about as shallow as we've been. So it doesn't really matter where the ship is going. I thought we were gonna be going south facing. Yeah, it doesn't really matter if we were at 253 right now, or 2453, excuse me. And now it's 4, we're up to 270, 80. So nothing really a whole lot higher. Staying on this side, and if it flattens out, it flattens out.
I think so too. Yeah, like little pieces. Do you have ones that stick out to you? I would just drink in a variety of colors. So give us a variety of minerals. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see anything flashy and green. We've been to bigger brown pieces and I don't think we need much more in brown. So, full white ones or anything that looks redder than the red brown or just different. Yeah. We'll find out what it is when we can color. Yeah. Get good freedom. Yeah. Great watches.
Thanks, Sammy. Get some rest.
So the blue cowling that goes around the prop has started to dislodge, so if we use it, it'll come up and go over this. If we use it too much, and it will fly off. So in emergency, we could use it. It's just we worry that we'll lose the cowling. The thrusters total?
Yeah, it's not a different project.
Tens of thousands. That's why you see us on the
So would you like us to
maintaining
start heading off to the west now?
Yes.
Yeah.
We want to move yellow lines, and then we'd like to, as we approach this feature, look a lot in the southern slope. Yeah, not right up to the.
And that's like a zigzag.
Not a
You want-
zigzag, a straight
Not a
line.
zigzag. You want to just drop down southern slope?
Yeah.
Got it.
West.
Yeah.
That's all the way away from 12.
No.
Yeah. That's a little bit.
I was following the actual wall. What's behind it?
Yeah.
so. You want to follow the south follow.
Headed towards this other mount.
Yeah, so I can't.
You just got half turn in there, but if you turn back this way and just head west, ahead and off, the long is not too much of a relief that I'm interested in. So that's 277. And then this next bit is where they're interested in. So, you know, as long as we're up high enough there.
Not very much.
Yeah.
And I'm saying 2 rooms.
We're only a few meters below that.
I'll just send them all the way.
Yeah, go for it. What's that?
On the south base of the next mountain, we'll keep the vessel.
We want to keep the vessel deeper than this, so we're on the south face looking north, and it needs to be behind us.
But then we're gonna have to change the heading, so we're gonna need to keep it where it's at the top.
If it's right here, and I'm right here, then it's like I'm gonna be going like this. That's bad. I need him in deeper water. So it's not right.
So if you want to help you turn the heading.
I don't know. I mean, in this situation right here, it's fine. But we said when we get to the next one, I don't know how tall it is, how deep we're gonna go.
I'll take it, yeah, I know, I'll take him here. Assess.
So yeah, like right now, as long as it stays like this, it's not a problem. There's nothing between me and the vessel that's technically big ass space.
But no,
We're gonna go below.
it's one of those
Yeah.
stuff.
As long as we're
Initial
30 meters ish away from the peak. So we are able to 30 meters up.
I wouldn't trust that at all. As long, I mean, if there's enough difference between our depth and the peak and the vessel on the other side, then we're gonna risk it.
So we'll just have to tell them.
Yeah, if you want to bring it down, just do it right at the bottom. Not sure. You know what I'm saying? Follow it. I mean, I don't know what's like.
But I also like Dan.
Check the north base.
I agree.
And then spin it around.
Well, I mean, it depends on what it's like when we get there, to be honest.
Mike?
Yeah.
What do you have to say about
So the problem with us crossing over to the south face on the heading that the vessel is
So
just
what
now,
do you think? I mean, it was the only problem
we
is like.
want the vessel
I guess we're
to
gonna
be
get like.
clear of the hills
along
because
the-
we've obviously got this
You know what I mean?
big glacier loop. We don't want the opposite
Like, I
side of
think we
the
have to
peak.
do it. That's fine. I
Depending
mean,
on how high the peak is, we
it was
want our
very steep.
umbilical
They were
line
like.
behind us.
It's like basically.
But the vessel heading that it's on just now, we need to spin it around 180 so that our launch point's at the right side.
Yep.
And then track along the
Then
south
go
face.
along the south face.
But we can track the north face as the vessel is now fine.
No.
Then come around it.
I think we need to move the vessel.
So we need to spin the
Yep.
vessel, and then once
Yep.
we get there.
Oh, yep, and take your time, right? But that's, all the vents we see are on the south face.
Alright, so what we can do, Mike, because there's nothing between where the vessel is now and where we are, that's a big deal. So we can start them south of us now, by the time we get there.
Yeah, spin.
It doesn't really even have to spin.
Anyway, we can't track that on the.
In that crack, it's not that long.
So unless we keep it on this side of us all the time, going along the base.
Right, and just so you guys know, we don't expect anything in this middle spot, so we need to, hold position in the vessel.
I mean, if we bring them south,
Bring him just south of here.
yeah, so that he'll be south of us in deeper water and not in a position where we're gonna be drifting across a face that's above our head or above our, above the ROV, you know what I'm saying?
We've changed the waypoint again, which so we keep it off to the east as we go along this face.
Yeah, east and south, yeah. If we're looking north, definitely. And the taller bit is to the north of us, then we need to head south of us. I mean, like I said, until we get there, it's gonna work really set.
Definitely can't tell what it looks like off of that map.
What's that?
Definitely can't tell what it looks like off of these maps. As tall as the last place.
Doesn't it seem like
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like there has to be.
Right now it's getting bigger to my left, so I'm gonna try to clock it, stay south. That's the plan. Of how as it gets bigger, stay south of that.
Yeah, I suppose. There's, I reckon we can come south of it. It was sort of rising up to our port side here. They want us to keep it the south side of however it's rising.
Okay. And yeah, at this point, we're gonna start when we get the vessel behind us and south of us, from right here, because where it starts to rise up. We wouldn't want to bring them over top of this. We don't know how high it goes. So,
Update waypoint again, but we're just trying to move you a bit more south to avoid this mounds.
alright, so if we make an assumption that this is the south face.
The start of
Well, yeah. But it is behind us that we want to get around, get on the other side of it, right?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, okay. And from what I'm looking at, it doesn't seem like it on that map. I mean, like this might move around a little bit, but it's probably good right here. And if it is, well, that's not that big of a deal. Once it gets super high. Yeah, so we'll bring the ship to our east and to our south, and it should be fine. We're 25 meters above seabed. So yeah, we don't want to have the ship on the other side of this. go all the way down. I don't know how deep you want to go. How deep down do you want to go? All the way to the seabed or?
To the base of the space, and we're going to want to be able to look up and down it.
All right. We'll show right here until the ship gets in a better spot. And we can start doing that.
Excuse me.
We're not there that worried about this particular bit. It's more once we get up to possibly 2013.
Right, but I
This
still
is
don't
more-
want to drag it. Well, I guess if I stay at the very top.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't think we're that worried about it. We're gonna, as we'll see something wrong with us.
Cheers.
You know, it says I'm just good. It wasn't that too.
I know. I raised. Like a child.
Leave that pretty good spot for us now.
Yeah, Chris, I think it's going to get a little more dramatic when we get to the first waypoint. Just looking at flavor maps, right?
Yep. Yeah, we're constantly getting deeper
Yep.
on this ridge, so
Yep.
it's we're going to get drilled on these for safety purposes.
I've got some more curious questions, Chris, but I don't want to bug you.
I know you're fine.
Okay. Does the vehicle contract with the number of turns in the tether? I imagine it does.
Yes, it does. If you look at the T
Yep.
up there, it's
Yep.
on like 2 right now.
That's it. That's the turns.
Yeah.
And R is above upper right.
That's our roll, our
That's
pitch and
your
our roll.
roll.
Yeah, pitch and
And
roll.
pitch, got it. Oh, got it.
The pitch is vital whenever we're going up and down elevation, so that we just don't hit the back end to get network.
Yeah, of course. Your solid cog HDG.
So ship over ground, or sorry, sub over ground. One, two. Course. So our speed,
Course
sorry,
over
speed,
ground.
yeah, speed over ground, course over
Heading.
ground, yeah.
Course over ground.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yes, the heading of the vessel, the movement that they're making.
Understood. DSL/R beacon on the ship or on the cable, on the tether?
That is the link to our sort of launch point. So the LR is just basically where we launch from, so we know exactly where the end of our umbilical is on as far as the ship is concerned.
So I'm sorry. So you're 148 meters, not in depth, but in linear distance.
Yeah. So if we measure from
from there to the ship.
here to that
There.
spot right
Got it.
there.
Yeah, it very answers. Got it. Cool. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, so our depth right now is 2476.
Yeah.
Our payout is 2548.
Because you got a delta.
Yep, and that difference is our delta, and that's with our delta, any close we put on is how we can control where our tether is and not get bounced around by the ship in the sea.
Got it.
Yep.
Two colors on this map. You're not worried about any lower in this valley. You just want to go up here, or do you want to try to go down and you just want to?
I think we kind of want to stay on the slope, not so far down into that, but stay like up on the sort of similar depth to where we saw the fence before.
Yeah, it's a similar depth over there, so that's a lot deeper there. So you don't do it going deep. You just want to take this face that's elevated like this one.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
But Mike, may I ask a question of you and Roxy? So, is this about setting up the ship?
No, this is
Trying to figure out.
just because this seems like it's a big wall going straight down, and if we don't have to go down there, if we're only worried about the higher bit, then it can dictate.
Well, I guess, if it's so steep, I think it's, I don't know, what do you all think? I think it's unlikely the vents are going to be on the straight wall, like where they were last time was sort of at the slope
Yep.
bottom.
Yep.
So if it is going to be this steep, then maybe we do need to go down to the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that I agree, Roxy. Just that. What is there an option to go to the bottom, Mike and Chris, or you're just you're just wondering, Mike, where we're going to spend most of our time?
Just because obviously more high up, the colours correspond. Obviously, the depth is a very dark patch. Do you want us to go straight down? It's quite sharply a face all the way down deep.
Yeah.
But if you were going on the same sort of depth that we were at before, we wouldn't even have to go that far down. We would start.
We're at that same depth right now.
Yeah.
We're at the depth that we were when
We're
we
at
had
the depth that we were.
2472.
Yeah.
It could be exaggerated, right?
The depth, the depth at the bottom looks like 2,500 versus 2,480, so I think it's
20 meters.
12 to 15 meters is what I've seen on my.
I think it's a little bit of a shadow that's making it look.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mike. But yeah, so I guess Roxy, you're saying we stay at the same depth, but we have an option to go deeper, just to take a peek if something interesting comes up.
Well, I wouldn't say, I mean, to me, if we're a very steep wall, like, I don't think that's where we're going to be finding the vents. We want to be at a place where there's sort of a more shallow slope.
Yep.
So if that's
Yeah,
deeper,
moving
then
a little bit out.
I would think we would want to look there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so, that's fine. So right now, that's going across there, so what it'll take is going this way, so going down 2 meters, but it's only 15 meters, 20 meters. So I'm going to come start coming down slowly.
Jacob is writing that there is RNA later on the coral covers. He's editing the. Did they put RNA later on them?
I don't know.
I can message him.
Yeah.
The last dive, we did not have any, is that correct? Or did we have?
No, I think we did have.
Okay, because I know for a fact that the one we didn't have any, that we should come out and put some in. But I don't know if that since then. I don't remember.
Yeah, you can.
Are you writing it now?
Yeah.
Ask him if it's for mussels or for sulfites.
No, it's sulfites. He's writing for sulfites.
Hang on. Can I step out and talk to them for a bit? Okay.
I don't know where he is, but.
Well, I'm gonna see.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's around now. I'm sort of collecting them, and maybe I'm missing.
Yeah, okay.
So are we not going down to the base of this on the south side?
Oh, no, that's not what we're saying. I think we should we're looking for a sort of similar looking slope. Because I mean, if it's just a steep wall, I don't think we're gonna find the vents there. Like last time they were kind of in this sort of sloped area.
Okay.
So I think
So
that's what we're looking for.
if it's too steep.
I think if it's too steep, it's not gonna be useful for us. So that's, yes, I think going to an area where there's a sort of slope is what we're looking for.
I've come down about 7 or 8 meters, and it's starting to get a little bit more gradual than it was here.
Yeah, this is more promising because it's not just a steep wall. So like this might be okay. If we stayed on this depth as long as it looks like this.
Okay.
But if it's like a steep wall, it's not going to be useful.
Right.
I understand.
And then go on to skirt around the bottom, back up to the top, so more gradually, not just a steep wall in the middle.
Sure. We can come west along here.
Yeah.
That would keep the bottom where it's shallow, like you said, but then we might be missing some shallow depth that's near the top.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. I would say if it looks like this, I'm okay staying at the depth that we saw the vents before. If it's like a steep, basalt wall, then I wouldn't. So this I think is okay. If we keep going forward, as long as it's sort of like this sort of sloped rubble.
Right. Yeah, 273 is where the other vents were, and that's very, very vertical. So
Okay,
down
we're
here,
slightly below it.
yeah, we're 8 meters lower now.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah.
All right. Just keep moving him to the west.
If you're just now joining, we're on hour, I think, 20 of this dive. This has been an exploratory dive to search for new hydrothermal vents. We based our initial waypoints off of toyo signals. So we spent about 36 hours doing toyos where we're moving sensors through the water column, searching for signs of turbidity and chemical differences in the water. So we were able to find some hydrothermal plumes. We also did some mapping. So based on the seafloor features and the plume signals, we were able to narrow down a set of waypoints. A few hours ago, we found our first hydrothermal vents. So we found 2 new chimneys as well as some diffuse flow. That's east of us now, and we're continuing our exploration now to the west. Right now we're trying to decide how high up this ridge that we're sampling we want to go. So we've successfully found 2 new vents. We'll be going back to those sites probably in a few hours to start our sampling, but for now we want to continue moving west to see if there are any additional vents. We saw a pretty extensive plume signature. So far we've only found 2 vents, so we're hoping that we can find some more.
So we're actually starting to get a little bit more steep. Do we keep going down or just keep going across?
I think if it's sort of rubbly like this, it's probably okay. I think what I'm trying to avoid is like a very solid basalt rock face.
All right.
Right now in the screen, the particles you're seeing are just normal marine snow. The swirling particles near the bottom is just from our vehicle. So when we're using the thrusters, sometimes we kick up some suspended sediment. I believe we're pretty close to the line of where we detected hydrothermal vent plumes, but we also detected them further north, I think a kilometer or 2 north, as well as south. So it's a pretty extensive area where we saw the hydrothermal vent signatures. Right now we're looking at basalt cobble, searching for signs of new vents. We've been seeing some squat lobsters, which is a good sign. We're looking for bacterial mats, worms, animals that are typically found where there's diffuse flow, where we have a little bit of heat, some chemosynthesis. Can I zoom in? JC, I think we have another coral to log. This is a healthy one. Earlier this morning we saw a coral stalk that was colonized by anemones, and it almost looked like giant coral polyps, but I learned that it was a dead coral that had been colonized. Pretty cool.
Roughly the same height, same depth as the.
See some worm tube looking things
Okay.
on the rocks.
You want to take a closer look?
You see the squigglies on the rocks? Are those old tubes?
On the left is the better one.
You don't have to, I'm just wondering. You keep
What do you think, JC?
I don't know.
Possible worm? That looks like cracks.
Okay.
Possible worms?
I think that would be 4 ones.
Dead worms?
You keep going out. Any movie.
Maybe we should choose like
What are we talking about?
Some more. See up here on your set.
That might be a circulid worm.
Alright.
It's okay.
So,
We can just mark it. I have no idea what that. A little jelly.
Have to come back to that star tube, which is 160 degrees. So it'll come up a little bit. A little further.
Are we going-
Zigzag back towards it.
Yeah.
going the other way?
Just to get in closer, because then you can check a little bit higher up.
Yeah, that looks like, well, maybe not. I lost him.
We're going the other way?
We might be zigzagging.
I thought we were just starting to see more bio. That's when we should that other way.
Can I zoom back out? I feel like I'm still in a little bit. Okay. Can we come off a little bit?
Try.
Okay.
We're not gonna go down the whole picture. Yeah. We're not gonna go down.
I think we are. We're waiting for the vessel.
Yeah. I always forget about that thing.
We're a little ahead.
It's a massive ship that we're on.
The south face. She wants to do it where it's gradual, not where it's just the face. So like just above here.
You can stay there. You're welcome to stay there. I don't care. How is it? Okay. Thank you. No worries.
Sheer face and see a bit more of
And then we're getting pulled back to tether, so
Got it.
we'll wait to get back to the box.
Got it.
I just thought I saw an increase of bio on the rocks. But
Nice. Thank you, Roxy. Get some rest.
yeah. It's fine. Good question. It kind of just looked like this.
I was at least hoping for sand.
Yeah, I wanted to pour it.
Do you remember if we still cool?
Morning, Nicole.
Hello, how are you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Very good.
Good.
I remember seeing. I think so. I don't remember if they were interested or not, so I was gonna pour one last night, but I tried not to speak this one. I had chorus on reserve for until I said.
You doing this evening?
Sorry, sir.
How you doing this evening?
I'm doing just great. How are you?
Good.
All right. Okay, one of our viewers would like more explanations and commentary on the dives. We are trying to keep up. Appreciate your patience with us. We're doing a lot of hydrothermal vent hunting, which means we are diving on a site that has been previously unexplored. So you are all literally seeing this for the first time, as we are. And you know, no humans have set eyes on this before. But we are at a part of the Galapagos Rift where we spent a number of hours using an instrument called a rosette and a CTD, or conductivity temperature and depth sensor, to look for hydrothermal vent plumes. And that was led by Dr. Jill McDermott, who's our resident plume hunter. And she coached us all as we were looking at the data, trying to find vent plumes. Got a couple of good hits, dove on the spot, and about maybe an hour to 2 hours ago, found a new hydrothermal vent with riftia, which is really exciting because we have not seen that many riftia in this area before, and we saw a lot of good sized riftia aggregations and a cool looking vent. We're continuing on this westward trajectory, looking at the side of a mound we mapped on the seafloor, and looking for other areas of hydrothermal venting, and that is what we are up to. So I hope you are no longer lost. Thank you for the prompt. Always let us know whenever you'd like us to chime in. We'll do the best to do so. But the more questions you send in, the more we know that folks out there want to hear from us. So appreciate your patience. Thank you for joining us on Falcor 2. Jill, do you want us to traverse top to bottom and keep scanning?
I want to stay on this place where we see these broken rocks, where the slope is more gradual, and then keep traversing to the west.
All right.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing, Tyler?
Pretty well. It's exciting stuff earlier, wasn't it?
That was exciting.
Would you also be able to change the look or the way the heading on the vehicle to have the cameras pointed west?
Sure.
Is that okay for the tether?
Yeah, it's fine for the tether, no problem. Kind of like this sort of view or more?
Yeah.
This sort of view here?
A little more, yeah.
A little bit more?
That was good.
Okay.
So while we're looking for signs of venting, is anybody in this room a rock climber? Would this be a good wall to climb?
Kelly, sorry, yes.
JC?
Yeah.
This would be good to climb?
Yeah.
Like-
If it's not gonna break apart.
Well, that's kind of what I'm asking too. Do you think it's going to be?
I bet it would break apart for you.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah,
If it didn't break apart, then yes. It'd probably be really easy to climb.
got it. Lots of pockets. But you think the basalt's like a little more kind of friable than?
I think there's parts of it that would that are ready to break off just based on how much.
Sure. Okay.
we have.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I remember when Amy picked up, I don't know if you were there, Amy picked up what she thought was talus, but it was basalt, and it just
Yep.
broke in half, so.
Yep.
It would also probably catch it up pretty well then.
Yeah.
If I took this, I came back.
I think I'm just excited. I think I just missed climbing. So I'm like, yeah, climb that.
Yeah, is it easy if I just keep moving that waypoint along for you?
Yeah, no worries, okay.
Appreciate that, thank you.
What's that, Ollie?
That was Ollie. That's our man.
Oh, it's Ollie. Ollie's the best. You tell Ollie that the 8 p.m. to midnight watch really appreciates his service.
Got a message from the Science Watch. They are rejoicing at hearing your voice on the other side of the smartphone.
Fantastic. Glad to hear it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Yeah. Okay, we got another squat lobster. Yeah, one of our viewers asking, might we make a second dive here? I think it's pretty likely, especially if we find a second vent field. So we have one that we have some pretty good info on now. Our chief scientists work on making dive plans in real time. They work hard. They work almost around the clock. Between the two of them, they definitely work around the clock and try to come up with dive plans to meet everyone's science needs. So we'll see. Not guaranteed, but hopefully we'll find another vent and give us a chance to do a second dive. Time will tell. Squat lobster number 2.
I feel like this corner we're about to turn. Do you know that?
I think Nicole's right. Kinda. Oh, is that another one? What's that little white thing? Maybe, maybe not. There's an urchin, which we don't see a lot of, down on the deck. Then sea pen.
Relicanthus. He's a little relicanthus. It's a coral.
It's a coral?
Yep.
Nice. A little, couldn't tell if that was an ophiuroid or an asteroid. I mean, that's a little sea star.
Do you want me to slide down towards the bottom of this, Jill?
Yeah.
Okay. Get some room there.
And so right now we're at about 2477. Jill, do you remember where the depth of the last chimneys were? It was about at 10 meters below us, like 2480 something?
Yeah. 24.
I don't.
70 something?
Oh, okay, maybe I'm wrong. I'm just trying to remember.
Yeah, no, you're right. 2488.
Okay.
One side down, I would be able to do 2473.
Excuse me?
The 2473 is where I saw it whenever I first sat down.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So, did I just hear correct? Chris was saying he saw stuff at 2473. Okay. Well, so I just want to kind of rectify what he said with what you said. So he said he first saw things at 2473.
Okay.
But I don't know if that was the sort of serpulid worm diffuse flow thing,
Oh, yeah.
or if it was the vents, which were a little bit deeper, right? Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
So it kind of bands it, right? So maybe 2475 to 2485, kind of like that. Okay.
I think this keeps sloping down. Do you want me to keep going, or following the slope down, or kind of stay here?
I think, Doug, what I'd like to do next is go check out these next two flags. So we might have to put in a marker.
Okay, yeah, if you could assist us in getting some waypoints up there, Tyler. Just kind of hang here. Rich, do you have coordinates on those flags? We might be able to punch those into the waypoints, maybe?
These?
Yeah, where do you want to go next?
The Ricky 2496.
Yeah, she can translate them for sure.
All right. Yeah, if you want to drop a waypoint.
Are you in? Yeah, you're in decimal 3. So yeah, you can just read them out.
Just add a waypoint and then edit it.
I have depths for the Ricky up to 2490 and then 2500.
Click on it. There you go, edit it.
Cool.
And then whenever she gives you both flat and long, you just punch them in right there.
Alright.
Alright, so it's 2.53 2644. The long is minus 94.366385.
Alright, 2.532644. Negative 94.366385.
Correct.
Alright.
That's fine, we don't have to go to just one.
Just the one? And where is it? Is it really just that number 14? That's it. Alright. Headed that way.
Dr. Jill, an update from JC that two worms were 2490 and 2500.
The chimney one was 2500.
So.
Do you want a direct line to that, Jill, or follow the track line on the screen?
Yeah,
Or
we
just
can
kind of
do-
these features right here?
We can follow these features
Okay.
more or less in a direct line.
Alright.
cookies out or something? I see all these cookies. Everybody's got a bowl of cookies.
I'm afraid so, Doug. It was a lunchtime cookie party.
Good stuff happens while I'm sleeping. Except us
We
found the vent.
we did find the vent. That's true. That's true. We need.
Not all the good stuff.
Well, we've been pretty crummy friends, bud. We got to set aside some cookies for you next time. That's on me.
They should be cookies for others. Special nation.
Right? That's what. Now you're talking.
What's that? Special nation. Special nation. Makes a show deserves some cookies. Right.
Yeah, we got an anemone. Nice.
Are the lasers on? They are now on. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil. Bless you.
Can I look at your waypoints?
Yeah. Yeah. Didn't drop a marker for what?
The really big rifted one.
I thought we did.
Maybe it's
Those are Amy's notes. I'm so she may have just missed it. But there was Rifty 1 and Rifty 2 because I was taking notes.
She has livelier than the last.
Yeah, that would be Rifty 2.
So it's a bigger
That's a bigger clump.
clump.
Yeah, that's the knurled one. Do you see a second clump behind it?
There was a Rifty 2 before this that was in a different club, but it might have just been
Or was it different?
Let's check the lat long.
Okay, so this one, the best Rifty club
I can write it down if you're reading that.
2.53194.
Okay.
Long, negative 94, 35, 90, 47. Marker 2 is oh yeah. Is 2.5317. There's the one close to the Riftians and then the two up here.
Right. I think the one closest to the Riftians is
What's the best
far
one?
better. Well, in large part because you're also going to probably do archer keys there and other stuff. So it's kind of more covered.
So mussels 1?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So actually, I'd say note in here that we had chimney 2 is a big clump of Riftia. So I think that marker is actually called chimney 2. It's the big best Riftia.
I bet that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. Small segment. Okay.
I thought we marked mussels.
I see mussels 1 right after diffuse 1.
Yep.
Pages list.
Yep.
And just put 4 big clump of Riftia.
So I was taking those notes, Jason. I think I said that mussels 1 was the marker.
Okay.
Did I put that?
I just think Johan might just miss that marker.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay.
But diffuse flow. I guess before the before Riftia.
Right. Yeah, mussels were before Riftian. And before chimney 1.
No, mussels 1 was after chimney 1.
So we saw chimney 1. Okay, no, you're right. We saw chimney 1, a few Riftia, then it was mussels 1, then chimney 2.
Okay.
And then some Riftia. And I thought that was the big clump, but I could be
The
mistaken.
big clump, I guess, is right at chimney 2.
I believe that's correct.
Okay, here I have. This was this
Yep.
is right. That was the
Oh,
first
yeah.
pouch. That
Yep,
around.
That's
yep.
mussels 1.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So I just see Riftia mussels dropping a marker calling it diffuse 2. So the first pouch was diffuse 2.
Okay, yeah, same spot. That's what Chris says. Is that the best place for mussels?
And do you want to see a picture of the other mussel pouches?
Let's look at that first one more time. Says the chemist. He's not exactly the best mussel chooser.
What do you think? What do you see, Jill, that makes you think it could be good or bad?
Well, it's kind of a little sparse. But
Do you see a bunch of closed valves? Closed muscles?
There's one here. That one's closed. And like right here.
Muscle vents are tricky because generally when they die, they open and they're scavenged pretty quickly. So even if you just squint your eyes and look at the proportion of white to brown, if it looks like they're muscle shells, and most of them are brown, then there's probably more livelets in it. Let's see, so this is big dead. There's a bunch dead in here, but I think also here livelets.
They are kind of dusty.
Like this picture shows it better. It's okay. It's okay. Okay.
Or the other one that here.
I believe so, yeah. I remember putting eyes on this and being like, yeah, I thought there were more livelets.
Well, there's some here.
Yeah.
Maybe some.
If our goal is to get 15 mussels, we're going to be confident we'll find 15.
Well, there's other muscle markers that we can't.
That's it, that's it. We're not too far.
The other ones aren't far.
They were kind of up on the, it's when Jill asked us to go around to the east and go up.
That one's muscles too.
Yeah, so that one is, there's lots of clear livelets.
But it's farther from
It's farther
the
from the vents, yeah. Yep. JC, did you see this note from our colleague about Dave?
Oh, yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Alrighty.
Oh my God.
Nicole says we just passed an octopus. Okay. How did I not see that? I was literally looking at the screen. Nobody said anything. I was wondering why.
Yeah. Yep, yep.
Yeah. Starboard side orange lake. I was looking like at the center of the screen.
Is Nicole disappointed we didn't say anything?
She listened there? I thought she was in there.
I thought she was in here too.
Too focused on the prize.
Doug, can I zoom in on that little purple thing just while you're moving around?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Taking over SciCam. So I think that's called an acorn worm.
Acorn?
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
Pretty sure.
That's fun.
Yeah. They're definitely funky.
Wow, it looks like a velvet purple glow.
Yep. Jill, would you be okay if we got a little bit closer and took images for about a minute?
Sure.
Okay. Is that doable, Doug? Or are you on the move?
No, I can wait for the boat, no problem.
Okay. Let's set up and just get some nice video and we'll make a log of it for you-know-who. And we can go ahead and turn the lasers off when you have a moment. Thank you much.
this one.
Here, why don't you tell us about acorn worms, and I'm going to zoom in here.
Oh gosh, this picture.
Right? Here, I'll give you the mic so you can tell our...
I feel like I'm mispronouncing things.
Enteroprust. That's the
Or the hemichordate?
Hemichordate, yeah.
Oh yeah. The acorn worms or I'm not gonna say it, are a hemichordate class of invertebrates consisting of one order of the same name. The closest non-hemichordate relatives are the echinoderms. There are 111 known species of acorn worm. Okay, I want to know more though. It's made up of three main parts: an acorn-shaped proboscis, a short, fleshy collar that lies beneath it, and a long, worm-like trunk.
Yep.
The creature's mouth is located at the collar behind the proboscis.
Yep.
The skin is covered with cilia as well as glands that secrete mucus. And it's pretty.
Yeah. Any chance that we could kind of lateral over a bit just to kind of get it without the rock in the way? And then we can move on. Okay. Hands off the cam. Honest to goodness, I did not think that rock was in the way.
It moved.
Did it?
Yeah. Because I have a picture from like a few seconds ago.
That little bugger. Alright. Okay, this will do, Doug, if you're cool with this. Have to be perfect. Alright. Now zoom in, hold for 30 seconds, and we'll go.
Trying to hold here.
I'm just here. Yeah, that's where I figured.
It's moving pretty quick.
Let's make it a run for it. You know, it's actually making a run for it, and we're not going to get it without the rock, so I'm happy to move on. See what I'm saying? There's no way we can get an angle without. Don't be sorry, it's the one who's it's the one who's decided we're done. So, thank you, sir. All right, we can continue. Oh, those are pretty cool.
Really pretty.
Yeah.
Oh, sea star.
So the acorn worms are hemichordates, and hemichordates are a group of organisms that help us understand where all of us bilateral animals came from, right? So you have kind of a mirror image right down your long axis, and the hemichordates are kind of at the base of the group of animals, including humans, that have that bilateral symmetry.
Oh. So, saying that was Grandpa?
It's your great 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 grandpa. Or grandma.
Grandma, yeah.
So that's kind of cool. So those acorn worms, I can't be sure that it's true for that particular individual, but those purple ones are associated with vents. So, for what it's worth.
Can we get some more light? Or is it
Yeah.
just dark?
I think we're just a little bit far. I'm kind of curious what the white things up top are. Little white tubes. There we go. Oh, coral. Oh, all sorts of coral and things. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's like Dr. Seuss land down here.
Well, what's that?
It's a sponge.
Yep.
Sponge.
Yep. It's another glass sponge, a hexactinellid.
Oh, the sponges look so weird.
Yep. This is a cool spot. JC, why do you think we found corals and all these sort of sea pen-like things and
On the sides.
on the sides of the cliff here?
Maybe the broken up sides are easier to grab onto.
Could be, but why not grab one up on the top?
Yeah. I'm not sure. Do they filter beam? Maybe they like the currents that go through the
Yeah, you got it.
things trickle down into there.
Yep, that's it. So we see that in Monterey Canyon too, that sometimes there's a steep face where a lot of the sort of corals and these things called gorgonians grow, and they're like sticking their bodies out into the current because food is kind of blowing by them. So it's a good place to be a coral.
That was a test.
What's that?
You gave me a test question.
You passed.
Thanks.
Your heart is pure.
Yeah, we're at the waistline.
Waypoint.
Okay.
Good. So, here's what we're gonna do now. We're gonna make our way back toward the new fence, but we'd like to see some different seafloor on our way back. So I have 3 more waypoints to give you. I can read them off. If that's this.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready.
I am ready.
Alright. 2.531156 minus 94.366391. Okay. Good.
Another one.
Next one is 2.
One second, Joe.
Okay.
Faster than me.
Sorry.
Sure you're good. Alright, 2 points.
2.531080 minus 94.362757.
You got one more?
And then one more. You ready?
I am ready.
2.530523 minus 94.359783. From there, we're going to go to chimney 2, which should already be in your list. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so we are going to head south.
Yeah. And then we'll just kind of follow, that's like the high point where those dark pixels are.
Okay.
Just gonna put them on there for a minute.
Cool.
Whoa, did our control room camera go live?
Did for a minute.
Oh, well. Greetings to all of you out there. Sorry, we forgot to wave to you. So one of our viewers is asking, where are we going? We are headed due south from where we are, which takes us away from this feature. Dr. Jill McDermott is the one who led us on this plume hunt. We found a hydrothermal vent field. So we're going to go take a slightly different course, see different parts of the seafloor, and head back to the vent field we found. Oh, thank you, Doug. Thank you.
Okay, that's fun.
I like that.
Yeah, it's like the power on that science camera. That's like going through the years.
Is that supposed to be science cam?
No, that's it.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know what's going on there. Just select English. I don't know what's going on with that. I've never seen that menu before.
It's like a hard reboot.
Yeah, just watch it.
Sure did.
Yeah.
Do you care about this?
No, I don't.
I assume these data aren't recorded anywhere, right? On the sit cam?
We pull it off.
Or on the side cam? Okay, yeah. That's wild.
Oh, at least we got a picture, right?
Yay. Got your lasers back, and should we white balance the camera? Is that a good time or later?
We should definitely do that.
Yeah.
It's all you, I'm just holding this up steady.
So Doug, while Tyler's doing the white balance, in terms of keeping turns in the tether or turns out of the tether, what's a kind of red flag or danger zone? Is it a turn? Is it half a turn?
You don't want to exceed a turn.
Okay.
So usually you'll see if we get to the spot where we're going around this way.
Yep.
We get to about 3/4 of the way and we'll come back around to get the rest of the view.
Got it.
All those gotta be in the auto timer. All the iris.
Look at that. Well done, sir. It's like the widest white balances. Best balance ever.
Greatest ones ever.
We've got the best balances. Cool. So we have a question about what instrument we're reading in terms of thinking about the topography on the seafloor. We have a map generated by the ship. There's different ways to look at those data. Fledermaus is a software package that's commonly used. There are others. And our co-chief scientist, Dr. Jill McDermott, was looking at that and making decisions about where to take the ROV as we continue to explore this area to understand where the vents are and where they aren't. Yeah, and in terms of the camera, the Sebastian is an amazing ROV. Actually, ROVs in general are amazing, and they have a lot of data streams going in and out. And sometimes you get a little hiccup, and the pilots are really skilled at resolving it. So, not to worry. Back on, continuing our traverse to the last vent field.
walls are climbable.
Yep.
And I keep thinking about the Star Trek Undiscovered Country, where Spock just decides to go up the wall using boots.
Oh yeah.
That's what we're doing. Cheating.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a fair point. I guess we are kind of climbing the wall. Some of our viewers at home asking about the map. I think the map you're seeing on the stream is from the HYPACK. Is that about right?
Green Sea.
Green. What's that? Which one?
Green Sea.
Green Sea. My apologies. Green Sea. Okay. So it was about the feature we just traversed up looked like it was about 18 meters to bottom. So what does that put us at? About the 60-foot range, something around there. And that puts us at about, I don't know, how many stories would that be? About 3 stories, maybe 4? Yeah, it's a good point about the resolution. You're seeing on your map, it's about 25-meter grid squares. At least that's what I think it's set to. I'm not sure if that's 100% true. The base layer, yeah, so that's about right.
Each tile is 5, right?
Yep. And each tile is 5. All right, it's about 10. Yeah, 10 meter? Yeah, that sounds right. Optimistically. Generating these maps is really hard. There was a cruise we went on where we had mapped a bunch of features, kind of like we were doing here with Dr. Jill, looking for new vents on the Juan de Fuca Ridge off of Canada, and the chief scientists had taken the ship. We'd made these multi-beams, you know, crisscrossed them and picked these giant mounds, and when we got there they were mounds. There were no vents, but 2 out of the 5 didn't even exist. So even with the ship's multi-beam, kind of show up and it's flat, and that was, you know, slightly older technology, but wasn't that long ago. So this is, multi-beams have come a long way, but this is just hard to do.
Pretty much at the waypoint there.
Geology. We are starting to move our way to the east now, so I'll keep pushing the old waypoint along that direction.
It's nice to know Ollie's up there doing his job. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, pretty sure I got it.
Super beautiful, Jill.
Like, not
Yeah.
dropping the wall.
This looks great.
How much of the seafloor is not bentling?
Oh.
Even though we're quite close to it.
Yep.
It's like so steep. So steep.
But it does sort of trip me out to think about what Amy was saying, that the sediment on this is pretty thin. So maybe it's, 1,000 years old, which means that sometime in the last 1,000 years ago, this was a big roiling mass of lava.
Where does the sediment come from?
Oh, that's the good stuff. That's like bits and pieces of critters, fish poo, shrimp shells, a bunch of stuff called marine snow that rains down from above. Wind-blown dust contributes to varying degrees. So, yeah, it really depends on where you are on the seafloor, how thick the sediment is, how old it is. JC, you want to add to that?
No, I was just gonna say, just say marine snow.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think you hit it on the nail.
And I don't know of any river inputs in this area. I mean, there could be some, but certainly not like the Amazon or the Mississippi or the Nile, or the Rhine. I mean, all the big rivers that dump into the ocean have these things called alluvial fans, where they're dumping terrestrial sediment. So, did I miss anything, Dr. Jill?
No, that sounds good.
I'm sure closer to.
A lot of diatoms. Yep.
There's a lot of productivity in the clear.
Yep.
A lot of things are consuming little tiny plants and animals in the surface ocean, and some of that makes its way all the way down here.
Yep. Hopefully not so much in the microplastics, but sadly, they're there. Yeah, and the sedimentation rate is definitely tied to the productivity of the overlying waters. But still, that goes back to just how young these basalts are, so. I kind of like to sometimes ground truth these things in human history. So you think back to, I don't know, Charlemagne or the Renaissance or some other historical event, and it's kind of interesting to think about what was happening on the seafloor when all these things were happening topside. Some of the longest lived animals in the ocean are tube worms, actually, that live at gas seeps in the Gulf of Mexico. And I don't know, Doug, if you've done work and come across these big clumps of worms or anything. They kind of live near these brine pools and some other crazy stuff like that. But those worms are several hundred years old, probably 500 years old.
Wow.
And so now you're talking back to, for those of us in the U.S., talking about pilgrims coming to the U.S. and the first settlement of the earliest colonies is when those tube worms were babies.
We're gonna be working south, so we can get on the other side of this rise where we're scurrying along. You guys say on it until you're 26.
Yeah, so one of our viewers is commenting about longevity, corals and trees. Trees definitely, individual trees are known to be about 2,000 years old. Corals are a little complicated because coral reefs can go back for thousands of years, but the individual corals themselves, to our knowledge, do not live that long. And with respect to the two worms I mentioned, I said that they are certainly among the longest lived, and I qualify that because we don't really have good data for a lot of things. Not too long ago, people discovered that Greenland sharks are especially long-lived. They figured that out by actually looking at I think it was the cornea of their eyes, and they were able to tell how old a shark is based on how much bomb carbon was in their eyes. And what I mean by that is the development of atomic weapons left a kind of radiocarbon fingerprint around the world, and it's a very effective way of determining how the age of something. So for example, if you take a tree and you were to take a core of its wood and you were to start from the inside out and start looking for bomb carbon, you would not see it until you got to around the late 1940s and 50s, and that would give you a sense that that part of the tree was growing when that radiocarbon was in our environment. And so, back to the subject of longevity, Greenland sharks appear to be about 700 years old as individuals, which means that as of now they are the longest lived fish.
Oh, well, did they?
But I think the individual that they found was about 750 years old.
Okay. So, fun fact actually, deep sea corals live very long. They're thought to be some of the oldest living multicellular animals on the planet.
Yep.
And the oldest one is dated to over 4,000 years old. Wow.
Yep. And that's is that a deep sea coral or an upper ocean coral? Do you know? Okay. Is this work done by an acquaintance of yours?
No.
Okay. Yeah, black corals are pretty wild too. So the debate about corals though is as colonial organisms, there's this question as to whether or not the living tissue is the same age as the skeleton. And so an individual coral, I have no problem at all saying, oh, a black coral must have been around for 4,000 years. But the way we measure longevity is interesting. So if you have a clonal colonial organism and it clones itself and fixes its DNA and continues to grow, is that really the same organism? So it's a kind of philosophical question. There was a colleague of mine who was studying lichens on tombstones at a Massachusetts cemetery. And she had photos going back several hundred years of these tombstones, back to some of the earliest photos, and was able to estimate a growth rate from these pictures, and was kind of asserting that some of these individual lichens were 500 years old. But they too are kind of clonal, so what do you do with that? We don't have an answer necessarily. But it is cool to think that those black corals have been around a long time.
The skeleton is 4,000 years old. The actual polyps are much younger.
Yeah, and that's still really, really neat, right? So that means that little thing has been down there since about the time of pharaonic Egypt. And a little older than the Great Pyramids, I think, or pretty close. I forget if those were, oh no, a little younger than the Great Pyramids. Riftia tube worms, on the other hand, have taken an entirely different approach to life. Live fast, die young, live hard. That's kind of their shtick.
High five.
Right?
Have they ever been dated?
Riftia tube worms? Yeah, and that was done with tube worm staining. So colleagues have gone down with dyes and have stained the tubes and then used time-lapse photography to basically monitor them from being tiny little worms to when they die, and it's really just a few years.
And did they die just of old age, or was there a chemical change that killed them?
Probably the latter. So that's why I'm so excited by the data you and your lab produce, because you know, the data that you share gives us a sense of what the chemistry is like in these environments, and we can start to better understand where Riftia tube worms like to live and where they don't. And it all comes back to chemistry. Everything's chemistry, Jill. It's all chemistry.
But I wonder if the chemistry stayed perfect, how long they would.
That is a good question. My money is on about 3 years.
Okay. Why so young?
Oh, it's really a guess, if I'm being honest about it. I think a lot of there's this whole other field of senescence, right? What leads some organisms to die after a while, and it's another kind of interesting philosophical conversation. If you invest a bunch of your energy into making progeny, do you really want to stay around and consume resources? Right? So I wish actually Dr. Santiago Herrera were here, because this would be a fun conversation. He thinks more about a lot of those kinds of questions than I do about ecology and succession, although Phil does too. So
Yeah.
yep.
What'd you say?
Thanks, Phil.
Hey, Phil. We were talking about whether a grown tube worm would have a short lifespan even if its conditions were perfect, because it was producing so many progeny that it would be disadvantageous for the adults to use some of the resources. Like, should it just die young anyway? Save all the resources for the young.
Interesting.
What do you think?
Sounds like a altruistic question.
Is it though?
But they're not just like.
Is it?
Are they deciding?
I don't think it's altruism. I think it's no. I think it's a you know, really comes down to your fitness. I mean, you know, is your fitness improved by your death? And the first answer is no, but the question is, if your progeny, if you're competing with your progeny for resources, then is it better for you to continue to thrive and consume resources?
Well, isn't that altruism? Or am I confused about it?
No, I think.
Like giving up.
No, I would say altruism. I would not define that as altruism, because it's not. In a way, it's your genetic fitness, right?
Oh, okay. Genetic fitness.
Well, I mean, you're producing offspring.
Because altruism is more of like a choice, like a conscious.
Right. Altruism in ecology is a really sticky concept, but it's about trading off some of your fitness for the well-being of another organism's fitness.
Right.
But it doesn't necessarily. It depends on who you ask, but it doesn't necessarily apply to your offspring. If you know, particularly like an R-selected species, and you're just free spawning, the question is it really altruistic to have adults senesce? I mean, look at the octopuses, for example. So they invest all of their energy into their brood to lay their baby octopuses, and then they die. But I don't know that I would define that as altruism, personally.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So when they, in the context of altruism and organisms, like there are a lot of people who argue strongly that ants and bees, as kind of colony-forming organisms, exhibit a kind of altruism, but that's more geared towards, I think that's framed as your fitness is benefits by the collective fitness, right? And in this case, I'm talking about an individual Riftia and its progeny, independent of its neighbor's progeny.
Okay. So it might not be.
Yeah,
it's directly their progeny.
Exactly.
So it is actually their fitness.
That's exactly.
Yeah. Right, because like in bees, when you have like a brother and then the queen bee.
Yep.
Like you're technically more related to the queen bee, or it's sometimes than the brother, or it's like equal or something.
Right, and our viewer points out rightly here, or one of our viewers is saying that it's about your frame of reference. So if you're talking at a species level or level of the individual, but so that brings us back to why do organisms die? Like why don't mama octopuses just hang around? And I could imagine that selection favors intense investment in brooding and in their offspring.
Yeah.
Right. Especially down here, absolutely.
Yeah.
And in Riftia, it's the opposite. It's very much R-selected. So a lot of their energy budget is allocated to gametes. I mean, it's like a sperm and egg fest sometimes. When you get to a two-worm clump, the water's cloudy because of their gametes. Bring them up in pressure vessels, and if I bump the pressure vessel, they release gametes. If I open them, they release gametes. It's like,
chill out.
Yeah, really.
Relax.
Yeah.
Don't be so fecundous.
Yeah, exactly. Nice word.
You like that word?
It's a good one.
You impressed me with your words.
What?
You impressed me with your words.
Yeah.
Not most of them.
There was one of our like genetics tests exams had this crossword on it that like baffled so many people. So many people like, why is he putting a crossword on here? Like I didn't study so hard for this test to get hit by a crossword.
Yeah.
And fecundity was one of the words.
Nice.
And I just remember like I was like, oh yeah, fecundity.
I mean, that's still a way of testing someone.
Phil did his mic drop. It's a good word.
For some reason, that moment will always stick with the word fecundity.
That's awesome.
That's how we learn.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's another fun word for you: supererogatory. Supererogatory. So I'll give you an example. Some might describe altruism as being supererogatory.
Interesting.
And it means morally laudable, but not morally obligatory. So it's like when someone does something that you're like, wow, that was amazing of them. Like run into a building to save someone's life. But it's not morally obligatory. Like you would understand if they didn't.
You want to hear
Fun word, huh?
Fun jargony geology word?
Oh, bring it.
Penna-contemporaneous.
Whoa! Peta-contemporaneous?
Penna.
Penna-contemporaneous.
Penna-contemporaneous.
What does that mean?
It means this happened at the same time.
Oh, I like it. So our being on the same watch is Penna-contemporaneous?
Yeah.
It's like something like that? Is that close? How would we say that correctly?
We are penna-contemporaneously
Or we are Penna-contemporaries? I'm going to have to think on that for a bit.
It's a long word.
It's a fun one.
That's like supercalifragilistic.
Absolutely. Except real.
Okay, I guess the way I was taught it is that it's happening at the same time, but it's affected. Oh yeah, during or soon after. It means during or soon after. So it's like the deposition of this rock is contemporaneous with the formation of the.
Oh, that's neat.
Whoa! Imagine writing that in a publication.
Imagine being a geologist and your professor says that, it quickly moves on. It doesn't explain it.
Is that what happened to you?
Yeah, we're all like, wait a minute.
When
Say that from again.
when Dr. Roxy was a graduate student, we were writing our first paper. There was some phrase that I was taken with at the time. I think it was nature and extent. Like we're trying to understand the nature and extent of these associations, and Roxy was like, I think you're using that too much. And then what Roxy was saying that I was teasing her about is she kept saying evinced, EVINCED, right?
I have to avoid using it too much though.
It is. Well, have you?
If you're writing a paper, you might only want to use it once.
Right.
Once.
Events.
Events. It just means like it's like a fancier we evinced a threshold. So like we found.
Yeah. Totally.
Slowly pulled, like it slowly.
Yeah.
Slowly revealed. It's just events.
Yep.
That's funny.
Yeah, it was great.
Indicate.
To reveal the present, to indicate, yep. So we probably about, I would say, we were co-editing this paper, and it was our first, scientific paper in the lab, and I was offering, suggestions that I thought were appropriate, and then that was done in a pretty quickly. Then we spent about 80% of our effort going back and forth about evinced and phrase choices.
That's how it goes.
Yeah. We then spent a whole bunch of effort chasing down data from a colleague of Dr. Jill's, who is a wonderful human being, but it did take a while to get an answer about some data. And Roxy would send an email message about every 3 days for about 6 weeks. But we all get busy. We all do the best we can. Jill, what's some of the longest response time you've had to an email?
That I was supposed to answer?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Could be infinite.
We all get busy.
We do. We really do. We really do.
I joke that sometimes when I go to see my away message should actually say, your email has been deleted. I'm sorry. Please
Absolutely. Absolutely.
If this was important, send again.
So our good friend Veit on here said that that's what a recent scientist who sailed on Falkor did. Their away message said,
Really?
yeah, they said, I'm going to be deleting all messages received between these dates. So if it's important, send it back. Send it after this date. Holy smokes.
Set a automatic send after. You ever use that feature?
Yep.
Oh yeah. Automatic send.
Yeah. So you can like fill up somebody's inbox right at 9 a.m. on Monday.
Yep. You'll be getting messages from you on Monday. Yes, like that. I also do it because I wake up really early to work a lot, but I want to totally freak people out. Like,
Yeah.
so I set
Yep.
a more reasonable time.
Yeah. Same here, Jill.
So I don't blow my cover.
What time do you get up, Dr. Jill? You said 4? Yeah.
Between 4:30.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Whoa.
A lot of
That-
people, they work my working hours may not be normal.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah, some people are not.
So I get a couple hours of things done.
Right.
Sundays.
Now, is that your natural sleep cycle, or is that sort of adaptation? Okay. I understand. Yeah? Oh,
I like the mornings.
Everything's quiet.
oh God, I'm a terrible morning person.
I go to bed early.
Yeah.
Nobody's sending you emails, so it's not very
Right, right.
easier to focus.
Yeah, my natural circadian rhythm is 2:30 to 9.
What?
Absolutely, yeah.
2:30 a.m.?
2:30 a.m. Yeah. So left to my own devices, I get sleepy at around 2. And about 2:15 I'm in bed, 2:30 I'm asleep. I feel great. Get up at 9.
That is the nice thing about the academic lifestyle. You can kind of like choose more.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to be
Yeah.
tied to
In my head, you woke up at 2 a.m.
Oh.
No. Oh dear God, no. No, you got it backwards. No. No, but I cannot, I hate getting up early. It's terrible. But like you, Dr. Jill, I like it. When I have to, I'm like, hey, this is nice. I should do this more often. And then it doesn't last but a day. So.
I feel like my regular one would be 1 to 9 if I could. But now I like have a schedule of like waking up at 7. My rhythm actually follows the sun a lot. Like in the summer, it's a lot easier to wake up in the morning, but in the winter, it's so hard.
Yep. Josh, how you doing down there?
You're good.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Glad to hear it. You a morning person, night person?
I am a morning person, for sure. Left my own devices, I get up at 5 a.m.
Wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
But I do like going to bed early.
Right?
Now in the winter time, because I live in Nova Scotia, it gets dark pretty early, like at 4 sometimes. And well, sometimes I just like getting cozy, like right at 5 o'clock. You know, I'm going to the basement, hibernating in front of the fire. So in the winter time, I feel like I slow down a lot more.
Well, that's a lot early. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. But it's like 4. Because you guys, because Canada doesn't do the clock shift.
No, we do.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Huh.
I don't like clock.
And
Right,
Franklin,
yeah.
You guys too.
Yeah.
So you have the half an hour time difference in Nova Scotia?
That'd be new.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, that's annoying.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know there's a half hour shift.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
That's weird.
I don't understand Newfoundland's commitment to that. Is that can they just change that, or how does that work?
It's just how the world clock goes, just based on their region.
It's because they're so far.
Yeah.
Is that it? They just kind of wow. What about you, Tyler? Morning, night?
Pretty close to your schedule. I go to sleep at 2 a.m.
Yep.
Wake up at 10:30.
Yep.
That is perfect.
That is ideal. Yeah. What about you, Doug?
Probably about middle of the road.
Yeah.
11 to about 6.
Yeah.
Sometimes less.
They're like the only normal person in this whole room. That's kind of what I'm getting.
Not that far.
That's a little stretch.
I think I'm a fan of sunrises more than sunsets. Yeah. Yeah, I do love
Huh.
early morning sunrise.
Huh.
It has a separate, but it faces the sunrise. And in front of my house is sunny.
Wow.
Yeah, so I like to sit back there.
That sounds amazing. Yeah.
Like when it's foggy morning and the sun comes out. and
Yeah.
burns off.
That's good stuff. I can get behind that. All right.
I'm a vampire. Let's see.
Vampire.
I'm on an 8. I go 8 to 8.
I was just thinking probably like the worst shift.
So, yeah, 8 to 8. So I get up like at 6 to go work out. And the sun's already pretty much gone. And by the time 8 o'clock runs around, I was just like, I kind of want to go to sleep real quick. I'm just gonna want to stay up and get more dishes.
This dinner and then breakfast.
Oh, harsh.
Yeah, so my only warm meal
You only
would
get
be,
one meal a day.
yeah, right. Yeah, I'm intermittent fasting, guys. That's what I'm doing, fasting.
Nice.
No, I make my kidneys, you know. Oh, spectacular.
Do you guys get assigned those shifts, or do you pick, draw straws?
It's kind of a sign, kind of, just kind of opposite of whoever's working days.
Okay.
It kind of works out that way. So.
Well, like if you get, when you come back or do another cruise, are you always on the same line?
I think the next cruise will be different. I think it'll be 12 to 12.
Nice.
Yeah. So I'll be brewing with Rich. Will be Rose. I don't know. I just know we're gonna. Make a fight. It's over.
For you,
Okay. So
I was just playing.
I think MTs will always share these water. I think
we are
sure.
transiting back to.
You have an octopus.
Yes.
You're transiting back to.
You know.
Dr. Jill, a viewer is curious about whether the previous vent site, I'm assuming it's Navidad, had more hydrogen or methane than the others? No. All right, stand by, folks.
Navidad had less hydrogen.
Less hydrogen at Navidad. Thank you. Sir.
How often have you found vents before? Is this a relatively common occurrence on these expeditions? Is it a challenge?
Finding vents? I would say it's I would say there's kind of two answers. So one is most expeditions don't find a lot of vents because they don't go looking. And when we get resources from federal agencies, we really have to spend a good amount of those on doing our work at a known site. And it's historically been more challenging to get money to explore. And it's changed in recent years, which is good. So kind of growing up from my PhD till now, most of the time we get money from an agency, you go to a site and you try to squeeze out a day to go look around. And then you can find a vent nearby, like a little one, or sometimes a big one. This kind of search where you're like, here is a rift valley, let's go see if there are vents, requires a good amount of time, like we've done. So you do toyos with the CTD and the NISCAN, just like we were doing and all that. Ideally, you have an AUV. That is a game changer, because an AUV can go down and do a much better job of the mapping, the seafloor imaging, of all even the chemical sensors. So in that case, it's, it's not, you usually find something, but this is not for the faint of heart, right? So if you've got skills at it, and you go in with the right tools, you're stacking the deck in your favor. If you do it blindly, you're kind of hosed from the beginning, right? That's just the deal. So if we didn't do the CTDs, or if we just said, let's just drop down on that knob there, that little seamount, because it looks cool, chances are we wouldn't find what we thought we'd find.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see it here, right? This is like, if you're on the wrong side of a hill.
Good luck, right?
Yeah. I hope that answers your question, but that's...
It does, yeah. Yeah, it reinforces to how, our screen is full of seafloor, but it's really such a small amount. Searching for something down here is very difficult.
Right, relatively speaking, and it's also fun to think about, like, what's the distance from diffuse, what's some of the diffuse markers to here, Tyler?
Let's see.
Do you want to do that before I do that? Yeah, as long as the super is yeah. I can also details that you need to okay.
About 370 meters.
370 meters, right?
Okay.
So, I mean, what is that in taking a walk? Like a 20-minute walk? 10-minute walk?
Yeah.
How long did it take to go 370 meters?
Not long at all, yeah.
Right?
4 or 5 minutes probably.
Yeah, right?
At my speed, yeah, shuffling along.
So let's say for slow pokes, right? It's like a 10-minute walk. It's like a walk to a bus station or a walk to a friend's house. And so we're not that far. And that kind of blows my mind sometimes, but you can't see through the water, right? So that's the real kicker.
That's amazing. Yeah, think about the actual distances, how long it takes to get places down here too.
Yeah.
It's a long trek for us right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna I always like to kind of, I just think it's funny to sort of put it on its head and be like, well, how far are you? Or even like 2.5 kilometers down. I mean, that's not that far. Like, you'd have to go on a hike and cover that in an hour or so.
Yeah, but it's worlds away. So.
Yep.
to relieve you.
I stand relieved.
Do you want to be around for? Well, we're doing supers before Riftia.
Right. No, I think that.
Grab from the
No.
base.
Yeah, I think that so I'm not going to be keeping a bunch of these rigid pressure vessels. So the goal is to sample Riftia so that there's at least 20 or 50. I don't know, but so I think kind of grab on the base, and as whoever is handling the net sort of jostling them around, just try to quickly watch and see how many plumes pull in.
Okay.
Right? And it's probably like 30. Right? It's really hard to grab just 50.
Okay.
And that's just the deal. And then I would say try to.
It's cool if I probably speed up a little bit. It's like gonna be dragons. It might be, but
So you're gonna have to put them in, because they don't just fall in nicely, they're kind of buoyant. So you're gonna have to put them in there, because you have to sort of quote unquote stuff them, but you don't want to like stuff it so you're smashing a bunch of them down.
Okay.
So what happens is they damage, they bleed, and you can't really tell the genetic material from one another very easily, if that makes sense.
Okay. Don't smash the worms.
Pretty much. Stuff, not smashed.
Okay. I'll do my best.
Exactly, so I know you will. All right, thanks, Brandon.
I'm gonna trade you.
Right. Sounds good.
Good.
Exactly.
How is there still a homemade cookie sitting?
what is it? Those. Yeah, half the J-rods from. Oh, I was on shift 6 hours ago. So.
Who leaves half a cookie like that?
It's a monster.
I know. Unbelievable.
Oh, the J cookie. Right, yeah. Yeah. But like rich, safety sounds. Oh, you got. Did you know? Did you spend that? You know, 50 days. It's still one hot meal kind of. That's funny. Most like eggs. While I was walking on shift today, trying to work out what would be the least good.
We're going back to do the Riftia. We're going to be doing supers above the Riftia float.
Living it. We are.
It looks like 150 in the background.
I can see
Yeah, technically only 2 and 3 because filter 1 we just shifted you for sure.
Okay.
By accident.
Give anybody that lives until pink time. Yes.
I make the most mistakes.
Every day it's a little bit more challenging out there.
Similar to our
Either.
Yeah.
See it's at. Could open the electronics lab. How's Team Mid-Rats doing?
Okay. Hour 24 of the dive. A lot of excitement and naps and work today.
We're great.
Okay,
great.
Katie, where do you register?
What?
Where do you register on that
I've
scale?
actually
Your
never
emotional
been better.
well-being. Interesting.
And so they've actually never been done.
Oh wow.
So it gets better as you move
Yeah.
back.
That enthusiasm.
The energy rises towards the back of the room.
Spectacular.
They do. I'm all asleep.
How you doing?
Oh my gosh, you got me. Yeah. Safe.
Fine, it's very kind of you. Thank you.
I just want to get it suited.
Turned off.
Thank you.
No, stop. No, stop.
Turn it back on.
It feels better.
Yeah? Help you out.
Yes.
Watch out, okay?
Maybe I might just skadoosh out of here. Yeah. But you made your own like that. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it only takes a question.
Taking pH.
That's why we did.
Why is this happening?
Yeah.
On the diaphragm.
And I was like, you know what? That is a good question. I was accepting it.
Back in my news are sweating.
You should add it.
Do you want to add that?
Especially around the riftia. Yeah. Could you add pH around the riftia and the muscles? That would be amazing.
Just as close as we can get, or
Yeah, it's not going to be hot.
and it's 5 minutes, right?
That's fine. Absolutely. I'm curious why here. Why here? 200%. Yeah. Based on what you're talking about, chemistry
I know I felt that familiar aura.
Yeah. I thought that he did.
I knew I felt that familiar aura.
It's so bright.
Your aura, yeah. It's blinding.
This flow was really strong.
So we are found some vents. We found some vents. So right now, vents are open here. So we're just working our way down here, down to waypoint 17, checking it out, and then we're gonna go up. That's alright. So we're just working our way to waypoint 17. Kind of keeping an eye out for if there's any vents in here. There probably won't be. And then we're gonna go up to these markers. So yeah, we found 2 vents and some diffuse flow. Right now, there's the power that should get ahead of us a little bit because we're on a small rise here, and then it's a bigger rise up here. So we're keeping them south of that bigger rise. Yeah.
But we started at that.
Yeah. Just moving it, doing it. And we turned right. It's all right.
That makes sense.
So that vent seat's gonna be extra hot.
It's empirical.
Yeah, it's water.
What did they tell you about the thruster?
Yeah, so the pictures about small.
What?
This thruster.
The thruster, yeah. The port console, the starboard thruster is loose, so we're only using the port. We're only flying from here now. I cannot find the port. Yeah, they noticed it. Sometimes they're doing this, but we need to find the port having that camera, so they're not using that at all. Yeah, just gotta use this. So the co-pilot's gonna be doing a lot more stuff tonight, because you're gonna have to run the rams out, you're gonna have to run the ports in now, until they get, until you get land. And you gotta go real slow when you're ramping the thrusters up, otherwise it'd be a tortoises like this.
I'm a little surprised that they had enough flux to create such a.
Yeah, it's on that page.
Yeah, we can't rule out that.
Which one's that one?
The rams are port valves 7 and 8. Yeah. Porch is,
Yeah.
porch is starboard 1.
Yep.
Feel free to test them out if you need to. You slide it.
Okay.
If it doesn't move, go the other way. It doesn't seem to work now. There you go. There you go. you go. Yeah. Once you land out, you should be able to do what you need to do, but you're gonna have to put the rails out to land. Whenever we go to get set up, otherwise, you'll just be sinking over here.
But it's maybe. I've never tried it.
Flipped over wherever you need, wherever you need to do over there, it's fine. Switch broken just a little bit. If you give it too much, it'll rock. Obviously, right? So just been easing it in. It's not super heavy. Just been keeping a little bit. And when you go to land out, you can run the individual valves for the rams. Once you're landing out, you still keep screws, I guess. Capture whatever you're having. So you'll still be able to settle down. Sit down. It's just gonna be a little bit more challenging getting set with one thrust in the camper. So So this still does work.
Yeah, so
Don't use it, but otherwise.
Valve 5 on the.
It's valve 5 on TVP. Thruster valve time.
Yeah.
So once you land out, you can switch over and run porch or whatever you need to do. Just don't forget, don't use that. Or if we do, just continue down whatever's already damaged. So it's working all the way here.
So it's just loose. Still
As far as I know, yeah, they said that you could see it like doing this stuff, dancing over the phone box.
Yeah, but above it.
Above it, yeah. Right now, we're working on it, waiting for 2017. It's there, and we're going up to the site we found earlier, and that's where some super samples, all kinds of stuff, collecting some worms, eating samples, I'm not sure what it's like. The lander's not in the water right now, so I don't know what the deal is with IGTs, because usually we do the first two, but where, so I don't know what the deal with it. It doesn't handle too bad. You get it wrong, just let it go. So it's right. Okay. So I was just as excited as you are right now.
talus before we leave Chimney 2. I'll grab the talus because the nice talus is at Chimney 2. So once we're done with the animals there and all the supers animals, I'll grab talus before we go to Chimney 1, and then we'll do more supers, more animals, sulfides, and push cores, and then you can just roll in.
Do you need my phone number to disappear?
I think it's in the. I actually think you're on speed dial. That's just saved in there. I think we've got it. Yeah.
I think it's in there.
Yeah. I think you're 1561.
That's right.
Good.
Okay. Let me write that here. It's not you.
Is that an enemy? It's massive. Oh, no, it's like a giant enemy. It's huge. Are the lasers still on?
Yes.
I'm just hiding. That's really cool. That's like spirals on the end. Can I zoom in a little? I've never seen something this big. Look at those corkscrews on the end of the tentacles. Very cool. Wow.
Oh, that came up right down there. Because the camera basically points all the way out. We had to go through all the settings and everything.
Jacob and yeah, Jacob and
Oh, let's
Focus, your autofocus.
So it's not in focus.
Selected. So now it's probably.
No, that's good. No, it's good. No, that indicator is usually
Okay.
full. So that's fine. Ben can fix it too.
Yeah. You can run your camera for you too.
I'm just gonna have to fully use cruise mode than I'm used to.
Yeah, and set the, just so you know, I want you to see basically what they did. They added this button to cruise, but this is actually cruise.
Yep.
So when you press that,
This is
puts that on there too as well. Okay?
Yep.
All right. Good. So we're gonna go more something.
Sounds good.
Okay.
17? Yes. What's that, 17?
After 17, I think it might just be the end of the exploratory transect. So we can actually head to chimney 2.
Well, I'm not at 17. I was just curious because do you want me to go up and over these bowls or not?
We can go, well, let's just finish. Are we right at waypoint 17?
No.
Yeah.
Let's just go to waypoint 17, finish the exploration.
Well,
And then after that, up and over to chimney 2.
I guess what I'm asking is, when I run into features, are you trying to follow any particular contour or anything, or is it just go roughly straight line?
Roughly a straight line is fine for now. I think we're wrapping up the exploratory phase.
To direct the flow. It's all camera during this time. So I was feeling for what they see was on that camera.
Felt a little toasty in here earlier.
Yeah, it was totally off.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's also like 20 people in here.
Yeah.
You've already had your testing?
No.
Can you pass me my water bottle, please? I think good.
I just had some cereals.
Mm-hmm.
So I think I'm gonna be ready for this. With some hot sauce. I think I need hot sauce. Oh, they have the nice bread too. Homemade.
Sourdough?
Homemade sourdough.
So hopefully there's still some left in too. They can have sourdough toast.
Maybe.
I'm pretty excited. The two highlights of my day are having a toasty with Alex and going to bed.
Yeah, what about Ben?
Ben? Well, he doesn't have a toasty with us.
That's true.
He just does his own thing. He has his chilled beverage.
His travel blender.
Yeah. The dangerous travel blender. They cracked the code. How do I get back to that menu? Camera menu?
Did you do that over there, Ben?
Oh, that was Josh. That's you, man. That's all you. But you're in it. It's coming report. There you go. That's the camera making that. I want to get back to the camera where I can reverse the. We have to go up to the axis. So you have to go up. Select. Oh, we do the next and go click one to next, and then hit select. See what happens. That's fine. Okay. I thought it was. You just have to go crazy. Maybe it's done for him.
Oh, they're not on here. So go straight up to that midfield.
Yes. You don't see the markers?
No, they're all above.
I'm heading to chimney 2. chimney tube.
Bearing.
25 degrees, 172 meters.
Bridge, updated position.
Updated position, thank you.
Morning, Luke.
Good morning, Ben.
Where are we compared to 12 hours ago?
Hmm?
Where are we compared to 12 hours ago?
We are 2 kilometers south, a little bit to the east. So many maps.
Beyond Jill's destination?
To the east of Jill's destination. So we explored up here at the beginning of our shift. And then we came down here. This was Jill's destination. And then we are now here.
So, when we left, we were up here.
Which was Vite's prediction.
We were here. We were 1 kilometer down.
Yeah, go Vite. I'm going to consult him next time. Do dive for him.
never work after is on the office. So I don't think this particular ridge is on the map. It's been here the whole time, man. That Jimbo's been here the whole time watching it. Must be darn cool.
All right, we are in hour 24 of what has been a successful exploratory dive. We've been in this region of the Western Galapagos Spreading Center for a few days now. We started by doing toyo surveys of the water column to search for hydrothermal vent plumes. We were able to find some plume signals with our sensors, and we also have seafloor maps of this area. So we used the features that we were seeing on the seafloor, as well as the locations of those plume signals, to narrow down some waypoints to investigate with the ROV. So a few hours ago, we found 2 brand new hydrothermal vents. So these are currently unnamed vents, and we just finished the exploratory portion of this dive, and we are now heading back to those 2 brand new vent sites to start some sampling. We're going to be collecting Riftia tube worms, collecting some mussels, and then we'll do high temperature vent fluid sampling, collect some sulfides, and hopefully some push cores as well. Right now we're heading back to one of our 2 chimney sites, and we're going to start with some Riftia tube worm sampling. When we get to the chimney 2 marker, we're looking for a big cluster of giant tube worms, and we want to set down in a place where we can sample. We're going to do super sampling first, and then we'll be collecting the worms.
So we're going to fireboxes.
Yes. That's how we found the vent earlier, by following the trail of squat lobsters. There are certain vent indicator species that tell us we're getting close to hydrothermal vent systems. So this is one of the clues that we used to find the vents earlier this evening. Started seeing some serpulid worms, and now in the distance you can see the Riftia giant tube worms. You can see that shimmer just above the tube worms on the bottom. It's hydrothermal vent fluid coming out. These fish were here earlier too at the top of the Riftia, feeding on, I don't know if they're going after the gills or the bacteria associated with those Riftia.
Hey Luke, you can come to the side here. Okay.
When you have a chance, we can turn on the super.
Gotcha. Superpower coming on. Lovely. Call once. Before.
Yeah, I think we're gonna do super first and then do the miskins.
So you want to go get that flow as well as the Riftia, or just the Riftia?
I'm sorry, say it again?
Do you want to be able to reach that vent flow as well?
We're not going to sample the vent flow here, just the just the Riftia. We're going to want to grab a clump that has at least 15. I think the back clump would be better. We can leave these guys alone. This giant cluster in the back. Can we please leave a marker here?
The one Jimmy too? Oh, between. Okay.
Yeah, someone's asking for a marker on the worms.
It was just being like laggy.
Okay.
And I got like a bunch of messages in.
What do you want to call this?
Alvinillid chimney. A-L. V-I-N. E-L-L-I-D. Chimney.
Whenever you have a moment, that thing starboard ramp.
Okay. You want me to do it?
Yes, please.
Yep.
Can we turn the lasers off when you get a chance?
Okay, there it's going.
Yeah. Say it again.
Lasers off, please.
Lasers off. Lasers are on.
You turn them off. Thank you. Let's do these. Pretty sloped here, huh?
Yeah, I was just trying to run one that much.
play with the camera. Might want to put the porch in for a minute and just film for a couple minutes.
Somebody's workshop.
Go ahead, Luke.
Hey, you're gonna have to change the ship setting 10 degrees to starboard, so if you need to move the waypoint.
Roger that. I think that should be good, Luke. Even if you turn, you'll just turn on the focal waypoint, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. Second time moving.
Okay, forward.
We're talking about top hats underneath. It seems like that is because of the launch point. You don't want to have to change anything based on the direction where the arc is going. Is that
Or,
a thing?
no, we're just not running. We follow the
Yeah,
road.
but I'm just saying the direction. So like, let's say the vessel's favorable heading is not mistaken heading.
Then it would have to move.
Yeah. Oh, with top hat.
No.
Yeah.
You can just actually, yeah, you just
Just get on the best heading. Rotate
Yeah,
around that
and you just,
GLS.
exactly. It's hard.
Okay. I was just thinking there.
Yeah, no, it's that's, then if you have a regular compass under K, that's enough to check the track. Yeah. Easy.
But first, we'll get that UV.
That's fine. That's fine too. Is it not autofocusing weird?
It's backwards.
No. Well, it's also, no, that helps a lot.
But we can't get, but because the camera rebooted, we're in stuck in different submenus. What cookies this time?
Well, these are for a test that we're doing. Apparently the 4-pack is different than the 6-pack in terms of, those are mystery cookies.
Oh, those are Ben cookies then.
They've been there all day, but they can be Ben cookies.
So this is to see if these have more filling than the 4-pack?
Yeah, but we
Where'd
don't
you
have a
find
4-pack.
this? I thought the other day I couldn't find 6-pack.
I know. I don't understand the snack club.
That's an experiment. it's still an experiment.
Whoa. Look at its mouth.
That's wild.
What's it doing?
That's what I say.
You can't set the starboard valve command at maximum 0.
That's what I'm gonna try and do right now, is just take a picture of it.
Right. Oh, so we don't.
So I don't,
Yeah.
in case I need to put it back.
Yeah.
I mean, I just wanted to know the default.
Right.
That's why it's only bouncing at 50.
What was it?
This is starboard vertical.
Yeah. Can you try to command it on him?
Yeah. Try and command it.
Oh, yeah, come on.
No, just with the single valve, with the single valve.
I'll push down too.
I don't see it doing anything. No. I don't see it doing anything. But I always thought that was on the starboard side of the camera. But you can see the thrusters moving.
That camera is looking backwards from the rack.
Yeah.
So that would be starboard left.
No, the camera to the right, but
That one.
yeah. I was looking at that starboard. But it's not loaded. And it didn't give any command here, right? It didn't know. No. Can you try it?
It's not changing speed.
Okay.
Alright, cool. But this one I also,
That's right.
but I'm also not, so it's not uncommon for these valves to get offsets where
Correct.
it's just all the
Yeah,
time.
correct.
So I should focus down.
Yeah, okay.
They're responding.
Yeah, yeah, this is responding.
Well, I can't tell.
That is, yeah, I saw it change direction.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Anyhow, okay, so now, how do I think to do it? If you do that, it locks all the functions.
Yeah.
If you do that, it just does the laterals.
Oh,
That's what
interesting.
the axials, it just cruise forward. It doesn't
Oh.
work like showy cruise like I thought. So.
Yeah. Okay.
But when you fly, you should be able to use the paddle.
Yeah.
And it should only deflect toward the,
Yeah.
so you can try it. Yeah, that's it. Cool. All right. Yeah, when we're sitting there thinking about it, I'm like, why can't I turn this valve off? Yeah, this is like, oh, I was thinking about it. You would just went to this gauge and put it to 0.
Yeah, that works.
It will see these settings, but preset it here. Just keep it on. Just keep it, please. I'll keep it on.
You said it before. It says 4 hours. Oh dear.
You got that, buddy? No, that was fantastic though. I like that. You don't like dark chocolate.
That's our camera.
Good for you. That's a good one.
Well, anybody want to try it? Peanut butter, dark chocolate, salt?
Probably.
Yeah.
Or did you?
Yeah, you get hours down too far, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, thank you.
Specialty?
Yeah, that's too far.
Huh?
Yeah, that's too far.
Midrock specialty.
It goes down
Oh, it's
there for a
good.
while.
Well, this is electrolytes. This is key. This is healthy. This is a report.
In fact, you guys know. You got more right here.
Food. Yesterday, I had bread with peanut butter and Nutella.
Maple syrup?
No, but it was a full-size piece of banana bread, and it ended up in like a quarter-inch thick layer of the combo of Nutella and peanut butter. By the time I finished that, oh man, that was way too much. I was gonna have a third of it.
Did you bring that up this week? No. Bring him up with
Do we have the super turned on?
super on bed?
Yes.
It's a little scale worm. It's like a whole ecosystem in here. It's little amphipods, shrimp, scale worms, crabs. Look at that guy. Fish.
That's a good shot.
Feel the difference from the 4-pack and 6-pack. Feel it.
Alright. Do you want me to get out my USGS ruler? Alright, I think we're ready to do some super sampling. So we want to hold the wand and the temperature probe about 6 inches above the tube worms for approximately 15 minutes.
Do you have a particular worm in mind, 6 inches above?
Can we do it above the whole colony? Can we reach?
The whole colony.
Flat.
It's gonna be hard to question.
Well, we want it 6 inches above the animals we're going to sample. And we want to sample them from the base. So we need to be seated in a position where we could do both of those things.
The base of the colony as well as the top of the colony?
We want to have the wand above the colony that we're going to sample.
So when you say you want to sample them from the base, are you referring to down here?
Yeah, so to grab them without crushing them, we need to grab them at the base. So I guess I'm just thinking, a lot of these, I don't know if they're still alive.
So base of the tube at the base of the colony?
Yeah, base of the tube.
We usually sample these, we scare the animal back in and grab the end of the tube.
Pete asked to sample from the base. He's the boss on this.
Sounds good. So we're going to crush the animals if we do that for sure.
If we do from the base?
Yeah, we can do it. We'll show, we can try it.
You scare the animal in and then you grab from the top of the tube?
Well, we'll try, we'll do it from the base.
Okay.
Okay, so that makes sense. So if you want to sample from the top of the colony,
Yeah, then we need to be higher.
So we'll have to just move up a little bit.
Yeah.
No problem. Go up then.
Yep. See if you can maintain position.
could bring you on some more.
Actually, I can do it now too since I've got this spot. Turn that in towards it a little bit and then lean on. Are you about to get out? I don't know. Unless you're okay with, if you're okay with the visibility, getting the fluid flowing from us, we can sit from the sun towards it. I can stand the side of it as well.
It doesn't matter. I'm okay with the fluid.
I'm gonna pan down the science camera so you can see it.
Is it 6 inches?
6 inches above.
Anywhere between 6 and 12, I think is good.
Yeah, 6 and 12. Thank you.
That good?
Do we need the high temp?
Yes, high temp parallel. Looks good.
We're just too close to where some good dramatic.
Gotcha.
Locked in? Are we locked in?
Yes.
Okay. Ready when you are.
We have started.
Artist.
Excellent.
This is known as Chimney 2.
This is chimney 2.
The paddle's working again. Using the paddle again.
They should not be smushed. Blood in the bio-box is bad.
Right, but do they need to be normalized?
Ideally. I don't know what we can do to keep them alive other than not crush them.
The only other thing is if we have the firebox in there, just not sealed super well and they get warm, they die way up.
There was a note to keep ventilating the bio-boxes.
So, the past when we collected these,
It's like 2.5.
it's just during recovery. If you ventilate it, it kill.
Because of the warm water on the way up. So you're
That's
ventilating them at the bottom.
Yes. Yeah, I just, yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying, like, when we get it, if we're trying to recover, we just need to separate, make sure our boxes are, recover them alive, make sure they're set up correctly for that.
I would assume they want them alive. Still not auto-focusing, or is it just the
It is.
fluid? Okay.
You just, yeah.
Just zooming in on some hot fluid.
You can try on manual focus if you'd like to see that.
It's on manual now?
It's yeah, it's backwards, but it's on left now.
This is focus?
What does it say on it?
Near, far.
Yeah.
Focus. It says focus.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you're trying to, sometimes you can get slightly better focus through the shimmer because it's going to try to focus on stuff that's nearer field. Like right now, it's focusing on this right here on the right, or it was focused on that. So now, if you try to go far, it might sort of.
I see.
Yeah. Or it might have kicked itself back on the autofocus.
It's on manual, yeah. Doing a test.
Calculated 36 divided by 4. So, interesting. So these are 11.3 ounces each, and those are 9 ounces each. I'm sorry, grams. Grams total, grams.
Almost tastes a little saltier.
The small one or the big one?
The small one.
We did a taste test, but it was a very poor experiment because one was eaten by your mom and one was eaten by me.
Alright, here. Even this out. Uh-oh, this one's broken.
It's different.
I like this lighting.
So this is the big one? Shove it down. Oh, we're done with flow rate. 42.7.
Done with the super?
Yeah.
Alright. So we can put the wand and temperature probe away. Next thing we want to do is a pH measurement in about the same spot. And we'll hold it there for 5 minutes.
Caitlin, do you have an estimate of how long until the next super? If it's going to be assigned, we can turn it off.
I would say 20 to 30 minutes.
We can turn off.
Turn off
Not
this?
yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Well,
you
yeah,
say when.
We're going, we can turn it off. Yeah.
Super's up.
Thank you. I'm sorry, that was really.
You got the
Is A somewhere else?
A is somewhere else.
you got the dive number 2.
What?
You have the dive number 2.
Yeah.
571.
But it says, do you know if the last supers were done at A or B?
The ones we did today?
Yeah.
B.
Okay.
I think
Then
A
that's-
was the first.
It's like
a
totally
different
dive, yeah,
right?
okay.
But it was a completely different location.
Different line, different dive. The first Toyo dive
Yeah.
that we did.
I think they're just labeled wrong on our super sheet.
I'm trying to grab the plastic.
The fish is coming in to help. Push it down. Make yourself useful.
Sure.
The green? Yeah, I put that rope, not paying attention to hold it there, it's holding on the green. That rope was just contingent, but we'll be using the ropes. Next time, that. Something stick. Grab it by the base of the rope. Makes sense. Yeah.
Great teamwork.
Put that away. Grab the
It also records temperature though.
What?
I think it records temperature.
Yeah, I think it might be, I don't know, he's done that in the past, but then we've also done it without, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Well, obviously at this point we're a little committed, so.
I think we'll skip it this time.
I agree.
But next time while we still have the temperature program, we can do it.
Yeah. Maybe it was more for just hot sites so that we knew we weren't sticking it in to anything too hot.
Okay.
Because it does record temperature, but we don't see it. But here should be totally fine. Cool.
How's that, Caitlin?
That looks good. We're gonna hold it there for 5 minutes. actually did this moon lighting earlier when I was playing around. It looks really cool. I think Dan will come in and do some filming at some point.
Break the flag first.
Soft light.
Yeah, like the background lighting. Just
Right now we're taking a pH and temperature measurement just above the Riftia tube worms, trying to get a better sense of the conditions where these animals are found. Just before that, we took a super sample, so we were filtering microbial material, trying to look for the symbiotic microorganisms that live with the Riftia. Right, that's 5 minutes. So we can go ahead and stow the pH meter. And the next thing we're going to do is trip all of the niskins. Yes. Fire away.
I'll leave my box.
You want to close that?
Yeah. Fortune.
Sorry, did you say 4 fired or did not?
Or did not, put that fire.
Roger.
I don't know that we can see that one every.
I think 5 out of 6 is good. We're actually going to move 5 to 10 meters away and do a super sample and then come back to sample the worms. We can leave the wand and the temperature probe in place. Let's take out the pH. Well, I guess we can, let's take out the pH meter when we do it too. So first move 5 to 10 meters in any direction away from the worm patch.
And then the next thing after that is
Super.
We'll just grab the super now. We'll go into that.
We can leave it in place.
Oh, we don't have to.
Yeah, we'll just leave it on the porch.
So we only need the pH.
Yes.
Just want to go with the pH.
Caitlin, we're doing super next?
Yes.
Okay, we can turn it on whenever you have a chance.
It would be nice to stay around the same depth. I think we're on a big slope, so rather than coming down 5 meters, yeah.
Back to like 7.2 meters altitude.
As long as we're not going down slope.
Yeah.
Let's try and
No,
stay.
I'll set our depth to stay constant.
Okay.
Just as far as where it's going constant between 2.8. Somewhere 5 meters of additional altitude or just away from
5 to 10 meters away.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll try and stay around the same depth.
Sounds good.
That's what we usually do.
You want to do the taste test?
Yeah, what we got here. See that?
We have 2 more sets.
We did.
More sets.
2 more sets.
Well, one package only had 4.
Yeah, but I mean,
Oh, you're right.
in the past,
1 more
they've
set.
done silly.
All you.
Not just moves away, but we've done it for 700 seconds.
But I can share.
So that's like a meeting
Break that down.
after that. It's only gonna do it in the past 2 days.
Okay. Oh, cool. This is totally different.
Is that American or?
Yeah,
South
this is American.
Okay.
Yep.
This is totally different.
Tastes different?
Yeah.
I think the other ones are saltier.
Mm-hmm.
Salty Oreos.
Yeah.
I think the smaller ones are a little saltier.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking? Yeah.
I agree.
So this one has more sugar, for sure.
Definitely.
It's a thicker cookie and a thicker. What do I call it?
Filling?
Frosting? Filling.
It's all chemicals.
Mm-hmm. So I think this one's saltier
Yeah.
because a lot of times
I'll leave this in front. Alright.
if it's not as sugary, you put salt in it and make it savory.
Mm.
So that's probably it.
Okay.
confusing. I think it was 6 super things to do and 5 things to do it.
It also says you can make one or 5.
Do you have a preference, Josh?
Which is 4.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just gonna come back there.
I kind of like the smaller ones because I can just
Yeah. Oh, bite size?
bite size.
Yeah.
Whereas, yeah, the other ones are more of a hefty meal. It's almost like the 4-pack needs to be a 6-pack, and the 6-pack needs to be a 4-pack.
Yeah.
Or, well,
It would be un-American though. It makes sense that the bigger ones are a 6-pack. I like the texture of the bigger ones. Like a softer. Yeah, the smaller ones are more like crunchy,
Yeah.
crunchy, salty. I like the bigger, more.
The bigger one's more of a mouthful.
Yeah.
It's hefty.
Yes.
You know you're out of a treat.
Yeah.
I feel like the big ones. Sorry.
Go for it.
I feel like the big ones like snap better.
Yeah.
And the small ones kind of like crumble.
Small ones are crumbly, which is great because then you put it in a bowl and it's melting it. There you go.
Yeah.
So the smaller ones would be better for like mixing it in ice cream, you know. Whereas the larger ones, I've done this. I've broken it in half, just had the chocolate bit. So I double stuffed that little Oreo. So good. Then it's almost too big.
You can just buy the double stuff.
You can. It was kind of fun making your own.
You can also buy the Oreo cereal and put that in. Oreo.
Have you ever had Oreo chocolate chip cookies?
Little Oreos, or is it?
You
They're like
crunch up Oreos and mix it in chocolate chip cookie batter.
They're like so like a
So
Cheerio
good.
circle.
That's it.
So good.
I never have Oreos in my mouth.
That's fun.
I've only become accustomed here.
Sounds like it.
It's a vice out here, you know. What do I like? I actually like pure garlic. Garlic and cheese. That's what I go for. What you got?
Shocking.
You're scary.
How long have you lived in Canada?
Since 2016.
That's what I have. I didn't do it that easy. So I guess
Yeah, it can be pretty hard.
but, I thought so too, but obviously,
Well, but what happens is you can find that thing.
what else do you want? After all the fees and everything, taxes, for 500, but 150 of 200, that's gonna be fees and taxes.
Is that a red light?
I don't know, actually, I didn't ask.
What did you buy?
None yet.
None your business. I'm sorry. So nice for me.
And then we're still between 5 and 10 meters, the circle's 5 meters.
Okay. That's fine.
The altitude is within a meter of where we start,
That sounds good.
or the sort of the depth is.
Are we going to hover or are you going to set down? Either's fine.
Well, if I sit down, then I'm going to come around the hill and land somewhere else at the same depth.
I just want the depth to be similar. I didn't want to go 10 meters down slope.
Yeah, so the depth has changed relatively.
Okay, that's perfect.
But I can give
It's going to be, how long does the sample take?
This is gonna be a long one, so probably 25 to 30 minutes total.
25 to 30 minutes.
I can just as easily land, I just didn't. For some reason, I thought. Josh?
No, you.
Me? No.
Got that one.
Yeah, that's your shoes. What do you think? What do you wear at funerals and weddings? Huh? What else was it that wear at funerals or weddings? It's the only option.
Do we have this super on?
Super?
Is it on?
No. No.
Let's turn it on.
So we are
Super turning on.
6.5 meters away.
Perfect.
The exact same depth.
Awesome. All stable? Okay. Whenever you're ready. We're going to hang here for maybe 30 minutes.
I'm really trying to like this side of the house. Just because there's not much effort in place.
Let's get in on some. Oh, that looks so cool.
I really want
I like that. Let's get the.
just gotta get that probe perfectly.
The probe?
Oh, so.
I don't want to get any instruments in the shot.
Yeah, but that's the most important.
Yes.
But look at that. Look at how beautiful that. Look at the light.
Nobody wants to look at that.
Everyone wants to look.
Nobody does.
Apparently, except the camera doesn't want to focus. There it is. Oh yeah. Got changing lighting.
Viewers are dropping out like more than one.
I don't know what you're gonna do. The lighting might be all that. Oh no, it's not gonna be like far enough. It's not. We can change the lighting.
Okay, let's do that again, but with the squat lobster. That was good practice.
It's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. This is gonna go dark Madison for a second, but the Jason's Madison. Like that without it. I know that obviously from the background, he's gonna go having two really different
Mm-hmm. So right now you just have the flat light on?
I have just had that one, and then the outer cathodics are pointed, you can kind of see it here, pointed further away. And then the uppers are a little bit closer, kind of pointing down. And then the mids are just a little bit itchy. There's some more broad oblique.
Mm-hmm.
And then the lowers will just be. You should have a tendency of bringing in more of the snow. But if you have less snow, it will darken out the background better. So if you like trying to get really colorful shots where it's total or something which is ocean behind it, lowers are nice. You do have one in your cathodics. It's got a little pointed down to make the spot right there. Actually, those work pretty well together. So if you just want lighting on the other side.
else we got around here? Okay, that's still we got 16.9. Awesome.
So skinny. No, because by the time my dad seen pictures of him on the news as a child, he was pretty.
He was buff, but he was still big.
Yeah, but like he was a tight rock. He was just big.
Yeah, it's big. I guess I had 6'4" and he's still wearing teenage platform shoes. It's making him look bigger, I guess.
What are these guys? Like all over.
They look like anemones to me. I think there are some serpulid worms hanging out here. We're in a little bit of diffuse flow. I saw a scale worm. Lots of squats. Oh, fish. Coming in hot. The filters that we're collecting, passing water through right now are going to be analyzed for genomic material. So Katie's taking a log of all the different animals that we see in this site. We're just going to span around, see what's hanging out in this area. We're about 5 meters from the Riftia tube worms. We're going to see if we can detect their symbiotic bacteria.
We don't have any like clamps or mussels around here, right?
There is a mussel marker, but I don't know how far it is.
If it's not immediately here.
We can't see them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's circulid worms in the background. Kind of looks like a Riftia tube. You can go ahead and put the pH meter away anytime at your convenience.
Are we going to the other side?
No, just one side on this one.
they want to collect them from the base. If the animals are just getting squished and bleeding and whatnot, what we normally do when we collect this data is we scare the animal back in the tube and grab it one hand.
Are we moving?
Yeah, oh, sorry, we're not supposed to go back.
No, we need to stay. So make a note. Yeah. Do you want to redo that one? No?
Already done what's into it.
So, yeah. He's right. So I can back something out for sure. Yeah,
I'll watch him do it.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, usually you're like when you're going for the animal, you just grab it and the whole thing comes off. So they want to grab it from the base, but if you guys are having issues getting the tubes without crushing animals, then you can just grab it from the animal and pop off.
Double check.
Okay. I just noticed one that's
I think are we really close to chimney? That marker should be really close to chimney 2.
I can't really tell. You just zoom in on your side of there, Drew? Where am I zooming to? Just where you are? Oh, okay. There's a marker over there that's labeled, so they must have labeled it over there, and they dropped an extra one here. That was my confusion.
Okay. Can you actually delete a marker? The last one I made?
I don't. Markers don't.
No.
Which one would be the one that you'd want to delete?
I can tell you the name of it. I was a little confused by Nicole's text earlier, but I think I understand now.
What was it called?
Alvanilla chimney.
Alvanilla chimney.
It should be, yeah, let's get rid of that.
Right click and delete it. I'm not positive. Yep. Yeah, there you go. That's it.
Thank you. Keep the other ones.
Just start over. Search everywhere.
What are we doing now? Background?
We're doing a super right now. Then we're going to go and collect 15 to 20 worms. And then maybe pick up some rocks.